What's going on? Hello. Oh. Whew. Get it open. It's like rolling on a Lego, but it's effective to get into the tight parts of the feed seats. ball. If it's big enough to roll on. Ooh. Oh, now it feels crunchy, which means I'm getting there. Oh. Yeah, I'm not gonna lift today because I'm still so sore. So we're just. Yeah, I'm still so sore. So I'm not gonna lift today. Just trying to stretch out and roll out the pain. Oh, that felt good. Just released through the posterior chain of the leg. Oof. 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 Ankle mobility getting better, little by little, day by day. Let's see if my calf stretcher came in today. Shook the Amazon. Oh, it is. Okay. It might still be rainy outside. Oof. Okay, so 3 things came in today. Let's see if I can find them. Ugh. Let's see. Ugh. Shoulder. Yeah. Mostly stopped raining, a little wet, but yeah, it was a big storm this afternoon. Nothing in there. I wonder if it got brought in already. Or if it's outside the gate. Look in the house. Looks like it should be in a box. Oh, maybe it's beneath this. Yeah, it's probably this one. Check anything else for me. Okay, maybe it's all in here. Sorry, the phone is hitting the box. Ugh. Do. Oops. Yeah. This too to help with the delts. Felt like a wrist weight on too. Wait. It's like hula hooping for the arm. Why is it hard to multitask? Whew. This is really good for horse riding because when you're riding a horse, your knees are bent, but your heel is like flexed like this. That's, whew. Oh man. Oh yeah, wait. Whew. Oh. Whew. go stretch out too on the handstand thing. The feet things, the ankle weights. Okay. My shoes. I don't want to stub my toe coming in.
Eleanor Glorp.
Okay. And dig this under the shoulder blades again. This is nice with the shoulder blade tension. It's like a little massage. Wedge it in there. Oh yeah. Mm. Okay. I feel better. Do some more. My shoulders feel better. Do some more hip rollouts with the ball.
Really high right now.
High?
I sound really high right now.
Why?
Because I took drugs again.
Why?
Because I'm retarded.
When did you take this time?
Just the gummy.
The gummy? Like the old ones?
Yeah.
How much did you take of it?
Just one.
Just one? Remember, you took half. What happened? I guess you're too retarded to remember.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna play for you my new conspiracy song, but now you won't appreciate it.
Oh no, I would not know what the fuck is going on right now.
Yeah. Well, never mind.
Oh, I'm so high.
Why did you do this?
I don't know.
Don't ruin your new viewership with stupidity.
I think they like this stuff.
Do they like you?
Well, I hosted you, so I don't know. Maybe them out. Oh, hello.
Go sleep it off then, I guess.
What are you gonna do?
Stream?
Oh. I don't know if I can leave.
You're just gonna sleep here now?
I can't move. Oh, gosh.
Did Alex take one too?
No, just me. That's my idea. It's a long story.
Long story?
I got invited onto a finance call.
What?
There was just two ladies pitching insurance. And so I started correcting one lady. I mean, you should watch the clip, honestly.
While you were high?
I was starting to. So basically, I went to go take a gummy because the call was too boring to listen to otherwise. They were being like monotonous as fuck.
You could have done anything else.
So I ended up yelling at the ladies and telling her to suck my dick.
What?
Fuck her, fuck me, whatever.
Why? They invited you and you treated them like that?
West Side Mike.
Was it anyone you regret saying that to?
Hell no. I'll say it again. I'll say it again.
And you're sure these were finance ladies?
Yes.
How? I don't understand. Where did they come from? Surely not Kick.
It's a long story. West Side Mike invited two ladies to talk finance.
No.
They're life insurance salesmen.
So
And he was asking about stocks and they didn't know what the fuck was going on.
why did you cuss them out? What they say?
Well, so I guess I debated the lady into saying, "Fuck you," to me, and so I said, "Fuck me, suck my dick."
What?
You gotta watch the
I
clip.
just don't understand how the fight even started.
I was mansplaining,
Oh.
and she said, "Fuck you." I'm sorry, but you could say she wanted the D. Oh man.
I don't get the joke.
Oh my bad. How's it going?
Me or chat?
You.
Oh, I'm alright. Better than you, I guess.
Oh.
I'm trying to get rid of my soreness.
No. I don't know if I trust myself to go upstairs or even across.
Need me to call Alex to help you?
Nah, I'm good.
Are you good? Are you sure?
I'm very high.
Yeah, okay.
Alright, chat. I gotta run.
But you're not running at all.
I'm gonna walk.
Okay,
This is my last vestige of strength. Until tomorrow. Oh, shit.
That was a dumb decision. Oof. Oh man. Whew. Whew. Tight chest.
Good stretch. Oh boy. I'm gonna put a posture corrector on now to hold me in place because I'm still sore from my gym sesh the other day. My abs hurt, my butt hurts, my back is sore. It's all sore. But that means it was effective. Change. Hold on, I'm just putting on my posture brace so I can heal my muscles without slouching. Okay. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, bloop. Okay. Oh, it's sore. Ugh. Bending down is sore today. So was walking upstairs. I still have food in my fridge. Damn near. Does not look like it. Okay. I can order more food. Do, 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 do. Okay, continue. Oh, that no good. This is my mid back pop. Alrighty. What's going on? Come on. Who's the guy with the weed gummy? I don't know. I assume he's alright. I wrote a new disclosure song. I was inspired. Oh, the mic's way over here. Okay. Turn the volume down a little bit. I don't know how loud it's gonna be. How do I see the lyrics big? Oh, no, not that one. Wait, where'd it go? Oh, here we go. Same style as my other ones because it's part of the album. Of course. Oh, not that one. Play this one! Okay. There. I was like, it sounds too familiar now.
Woke up today when I heard the news about UFOs. Could it be true? The government's been hiding this long since the Roswell incident. 80 years of secrecy, and now they're telling you and me. Finally I feel justified for all the years I've been watching the skies. They caught us mad when we saw those lights fly fast as lightning before our eyes. Now NASA admits they told us lies, hiding reality all this time. Disclosure Day, what they say, release the files, show the way. No context, they don't explain, they show old clips, blurry with gray. If I'm to believe all of these leaks,
More drink.
where's the bodies? Show us the freaks. So all the videos they released don't feel informed, I just feel teased. Did the Pentagon think we'd be satisfied with their blurry vids of glowing lights? They must be keeping the real stuff locked away. What kind of game are they trying to play? I have my doubts we'll ever get a good view. At this rate, we'll learn more from Spielberg's crew. This all seems like a movie, but a flop at best. Who's writing the script? Don't cut them a check. Project Blue Beam rumors are starting to brew. I don't wanna believe it, but it could be true. Disclosure Day, what they say, release the files, show the way. No context, they don't explain, they show old clips, blurry with gray. If I'm to believe all of these leaks, where's the bodies? Show us the freaks. I heard there's 4 main aliens. Some of them nice, could we be friends? Nordics seem like elves with eyes of blue, blonde hair and tall, good looking too. The grays are 4 feet tall, small fries, hairless heads with great big almond eyes. The mantids sound like deadly things, giant bugs with razor blade arms and wings. I've heard reptilians have scaly skin, and they shapeshift to run our government.
You have to spell stuff for the AI to say it right.
Never thought I would hear it. The world is changing, ain't it? 20 years ago, you'd get locked away if you said you saw what they're showing today. Disclosure Day, what they say, release the files, show the way. No context, they don't explain, they show old clips, blurry with gray. If I'm to believe all of these leaks, where's the bodies? Show us the freaks.
was my longest song yet.
Tell us what those blue lights were on the moon. Or does the CIA still believe we can't handle the truth? We can't handle the truth. We can't handle it. Maybe, probably. God, I hope so.
I hope so. That's my longest song yet. It took so long to get a good take. There's always something slightly off. I think I went through like 100 different versions. Thank you. Thank you. So now we gotta find what the news is today. Gotta reset this. What is the news? Oh, I need to put the kick chat on the screen properly. It's broken. There we go. Oh yeah, any update on the Lego shit? The Lego drama? There's an update on his channel? Okay. I forgot what his channel name was. I see everyone talking about it. Where's his actual channel? Reckless Ben, that was it.
The American Fork Police Department has responded to the video I made about them.
I am the Chief of Police for the American Fork Police Department. I'd like to address the members of our American Fork and Cedar Hills community regarding some videos currently circulating on social media.
So I will offer a response to their response. There's a lot of new information in this response that I've been wanting to get for a long time, so we'll go over that first. One of the main questions in my video was, why did I get swatted for stealing the Legos when this wasn't a mystery to the police officers and they knew that I didn't steal the Legos, that Josh stole the Legos.
He basically stole a $200,000 collection of Star Wars Legos.
But still, why did they raid my house for stealing the Legos when there's an overwhelming amount of evidence that Josh stole the Legos? When I requested the body cam footage of this to try to find the answers myself, they redacted everything, and they claimed it was to protect the victims. However, one of my friends set up a GoPro as we were getting swatted, and we caught the entire conversation on camera.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
For 3 months, the police department's answer has been, this redaction is important because it protects Josh, the victim of this case. However, we can clearly see that the police are looking for Legos and they saw no Legos. And they redacted this because they were embarrassed that they made such a stupid decision to swat the wrong person. They were so embarrassed of swatting my house for stealing the Legos that in all of the police reports, it is completely redacted. The police department wants this information hidden so bad that they're willing to break the law to hide this from everyone. The only reason I know about it is because the receipt I got the night I was released from jail, and my friend's GoPro that was recording. So even though I've been asking them for 3 months why I got swatted, they finally came up with an answer, which is the Airbnb host told them that I stole the Legos.
During contact with the Airbnb owner, the owner reported overhearing conversations about possible stolen Legos. Specifically, officers wrote in the search warrant affidavit, the homeowner also disclosed that he could hear multiple individuals inside the residence speaking about possibly stolen Lego toys they had taken. Based on that information, officers added a request within the search warrant affidavit seeking authorization to also search for and seize possible stolen property, including Lego merchandise.
Okay.
4th District Judge Roger W. Griffin reviewed and approved the search warrant.
I always like giving people the benefit of the doubt, and I will take the police officer's word on this, but something fishy is going on here, and everything can just be cleared up if you unredact the audio and let everyone see the truth. Also, after we got raided and the police officers found no Legos, all of this footage has been redacted too. And my guess is if the police unredact this footage, we will find out the answers once and for all. While we were getting swatted, one of the police officers decided to injure me for absolutely no reason. He claims it's because I was trying to make a fast movement.
Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that. Don't move quick. Everybody just chill.
When we replay the footage, you can clearly see I was not making any fast movements. However, the police department has an answer to this.
During Snyder's detention, Lieutenant Adamson took hold of Snyder's right arm. Lieutenant Adamson later reported that he felt Snyder tense his arm, at which point Adamson moved Snyder's right arm behind his back to place him into custody.
The police department has made it clear I did not, in fact, make any quick movements like the police officer claims I did, so the police officer was lying, but not fully, because I did tense my arm. However, he lunges at me extremely fast before he even touches me, so how could he even know that I was tensing my arm before he even grabs me? That doesn't make any sense. There's only one solution. This police officer has psychic powers, and he could tell that my arm was tensing up before grabbing me. However, this makes no sense, because if the police officer did truly have psychic powers, he would have known that we were not the thieves, Josh and Brandon were the thieves. So this can't be the case either. I'm trying to have an open mind with these different possibilities of what this could be, but literally the only outcome left is that this police officer injured me for no reason. However, the police have another response to this of why I must be lying.
In the X-ray image displayed by Mr. Snyder in that video, a small L is visible in the upper right-hand corner of the X-ray. The L indicates the image is that of the left shoulder. The video shows Lieutenant Adamson handling Snyder's right arm during the arrest.
Yes, the stock footage I used to show what a dislocated shoulder is, an image that's clearly not mine because I didn't go to the hospital, I went to jail, so how could I have taken this picture? But anyways, the stock image I used is of a left shoulder when my shoulder that got injured was my right shoulder. When I was editing this, I like to think highly of my audience that they would have known that this was a stock image and I wouldn't have to spoon feed every tiny detail to my audience. But now I realize that there's another portion of my audience called the American Fork Police Department that maybe I do have to spoon feed every single piece of information to. So I'm going to use this as constructive.
Bird fountain needs more water. Hold on. Yes.
I'm sorry, Birdie. I'm getting a water bottle.
criticism, and in every single episode going forward now that I know that the American Fork Police Department's watching, I will be forced to spoon feed every single detail. As a professional slackliner, dislocating my shoulder is almost a monthly thing for me.
The whole weight of my arm is just on this bone.
Boon!
3 days before I got arrested, I had a really bad ski accident where I had a really bad dislocation of my shoulder, and any movement at all would have dislocated it. So I will say here, I don't think that the police officer was purposely trying to injure me. I think to a normal person this would have been fine, but for me in particular, this was not good, but it was still unjustified, and the police officer was just making up an excuse, and now they're making up an excuse to defend it. Another thing I find shocking is the chief of police, even after reviewing the dash cam footage, says that we ran a stop sign.
Richardson initiated a traffic stop on the vehicle for failing to stop before the stop line at a stop sign and failing to stop completely at that stop sign.
The chief of police looked at this video and said, "We ran a stop sign." And now he's using that to say, this was a legal traffic stop. The police officers did nothing wrong. At this point, we thought the best thing to do was to take Josh to court so he can be legally accountable for the crimes he committed. However, to do that, we are first required to serve him court papers. So we did what the law told us to do. I got a process server, and we went to his house to do this the legal way. However, Josh did not want to do this the legal way, and instead called the police on us.
Joshua Johnson contacted police and reported he was going to shoot someone as a result of the ongoing harassment.
What?
Multiple officers immediately responded to the area.
Josh was so scared of going to court that he would rather shoot us than accept these court papers.
Damn.
Josh's logic here is that if he can murder the process server and if he can murder me, then he can get away with his crimes because there'll be no one to sue him in court.
That's
However,
crazy.
sadly for Josh, murder is illegal. And now he just admitted his plans to the police officers. The American Fork Police should at least be
He's Mormon
arresting
though,
Josh
so the law
for
doesn't apply.
trying to use murder as a way to get out of court. But sadly, for some reason, they arrested me instead.
Am I being arrested? Really?
Something about this seems off, and all of the answers are in the body cam footage. However, they redacted all the body cam footage. So this is where I think if we all come together as a community, we can somehow convince the American Fork Police Department to unredact this footage so we can find out why they arrested me and not the guy who threatened to murder me. However, the American Fork Police does not want to unredact the footage right now, and now have made up a new excuse of why I was the one justified being arrested.
Officer Sumbot contacted the Marion County Circuit Court in Oregon to verify the legitimacy of the paperwork. The court confirmed that the case was indeed legitimate, but that papers had already been served and no hearing date had yet been scheduled.
The police department said the reason they arrested me and not Josh this day is because they called to confirm if this was a real court case, and they said it was real. However, the papers have already been served, and now I'm doing this solely to get YouTube content. And if that's true, I would like to see footage of it. They released all the raw footage, and that part doesn't seem to be in the raw footage.
That's already been to court, or are you allowed to tell me kind of where they're at with the case?
There is no hearing date set, and there hasn't been a hearing in the case yet. All I see is the claim that was filed. I don't see proof of service or anything. The hearing wouldn't be set until a response is filed by defendant.
Okay, so the defendant needs to be served with papers before the case will, I guess, start?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your help. I think that's all for today. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay.
You're so shady.
Right here, the police officer admits that it is March 10th.
On March 10th, 2026.
However, you can see here that Josh doesn't get served until 3 days later, March 13th. So how could Josh have already been served on March 10th if he didn't get served until March 13th? Unless Josh is a time traveler. There is only one way to clear this all up. American Fork Police Department, show me the time machine. So now, they say that I have done all the check marks which constitute stalking. Let's go through them.
Individual commits stalking if the individual intentionally or knowingly engages in a course of conduct directed at a specific individual
So yes, I did do an action that was targeted at a specific individual, but that's what's required by the court if I want to take someone to court. If someone steals your stuff and you go through the legal process to take them to court, it is not considered stalking. I have a right as an American to sue him.
Is reckless as to whether that course of conduct would cause a reasonable person to fear for the individual's own safety or the safety of another.
The second check mark is that if a reasonable person would be scared. The police are claiming that since this action made Josh scared, this check mark is complete. However, they've completely forgotten about the term reasonable. As we can see, Josh is not a reasonable person. This is someone who multiple times has tried to silence someone by accusing them of being on heroin.
Here's the crazy thing. They told me that they took over that location because the owners were using the location to fund their heroin addiction.
What?
Yeah, and that's how they took it over, and saying they had like a pigeon in there that was crapping all over the Legos, and it smelled bad, all this stuff.
This is someone who threatened to murder me just for trying to serve him papers. This is not a reasonable person. It is not reasonable to threaten to murder someone just for serving papers. A reasonable person would accept the papers, so that second checkbox does not meet the requirements. I even tried explaining this to one of the police officers early on.
What the law says is if the average person would feel unsafe by our behaviors. So I think he's feeling unreasonably unsafe. A reasonable person would not feel unsafe in the situation. Well, I can say the same thing. I feel unsafe trying to conduct business with him, and he calls the police on me to hide. I feel unsafe because of that. Because we had a 3-hour search in our car. He said we had heroin in our car yesterday. We had a 3-hour search in our car. That makes me feel unsafe. I think that's reasonable for me to feel unsafe. It's not reasonable for him to feel unsafe.
So Josh is actually the one who said he was going to murder me if I take him to court. But now, I'm the one that's being looked into for threatening to murder Josh. How does this make any sense?
Mr. Johnson alleged that Mansell had hired Benjamin Snyder to harass, stalk, vandalize the store, threaten to murder the manager of the store.
Now, let's go to the heroin claim. We got pulled over by the police, and they claimed that we had heroin on us.
This officer is going to conduct the search of your person because there are substances in the vehicle.
Most of this footage is redacted, so again, there's a big mystery of what happened. Can we all come together and convince the American Fork Police Department to unredact this so we can find out the truth?
No.
However, what the police is claiming now is that they did not get a call saying that we had heroin on us. Instead, they could just tell from the second we pulled over that our eyes were glossy.
During the interaction, Officer Fraughton indicated he believed Shaw's eyes appeared glossy and expressed concern regarding possible impairment.
If we look back on the raw footage, this is what the police officer said his first interaction with us was like.
Good with these guys being able to drive?
Yeah, I think so. I didn't see anything clear as day with Tyler that I noticed.
What's the goal of...
Right now? Yeah, I was gonna scare him a little bit and let him go is all I really was gonna do.
Do we have charges, or are we just tired of them being annoying?
It seems hard to take what the chief of police is saying seriously because so far almost everything he said is a lie. So the only way we can actually find out the truth is if we unredact everything. We already know the victim's name is Joshua Johnson. Why do we have to keep that protected? His name is already out there. None of these redactions are protecting anything except for the police. And now I want to acknowledge my friend Sheldon's arrest.
The group stated they were supporting a GoFundMe campaign for a dying man. One of the individuals later identified as Sheldon Norcross. Officer Richardson then decided to seize Norcross's phone, pending the approval of a search warrant, in order to preserve potential evidence and prevent the deletion or alteration of any data.
What evidence?
According to Officer Richardson's reports, when Norcross was informed that the phone was going to be seized, Norcross immediately began manipulating the device.
The police officer claims that Sheldon was arrested because he opened his phone to start deleting evidence. However, we can clearly see in the footage Sheldon's thumb is heading towards that lock button to lock his phone. His phone was open when he pulled it out, and the phone was transitioning from on to off, not from off to on. From this response, it almost seems like the police officers didn't even watch the video. So American Fork Police Department, If I'm your teacher, here's your homework. First off, learn the facts of what actually happened. Second off, stop lying about the facts. No one's believing it. The third thing is unredact the audio that makes the police look bad. Some of the best lawyers in the United States are reaching out to me right now, so eventually this is going to get released. Wouldn't you just like to get this over with sooner rather than dragging this out? The more we drag this out, the more content we get, so this only benefits me to drag this out. It doesn't benefit you.
Got
if
him.
you unredact the illegally redacted parts now, you'll win over audience support much faster. It's kind of funny, because a lot of you guys probably think I'm like trying to like make fun of this other cop by how he was talking.
Brother, you mind turning up the volume?
Hold on, wait. How dangerous is it for him to be in Mexico? Are there Mormon cartel members? Are there any Mormon cartel members in Mexico? AI wants me to believe not likely. But that makes me more suspicious. There have been individuals of Mormon heritage died.
Holy, it's actual ASMR. Wow. I cannot really hear him. Why is he whispering?
No, I'm actually just like super sick right now. I haven't been sleeping because I'm trying to get out part 3 as fast as I can. And that's caused me just to like stay up all night, every night, and not sleep. And now I'm sick and have no voice. But yeah, I guess it kind of, I don't know why that police officer was talking with such a low, quiet voice, but that's why I am, at least. I wasn't making fun of him. I literally am just genuinely sick. But if you want to see part 3, subscribe to my Patreon at patreon.com/recklessben. Part 3 will be up there very soon. Part 2, I'm only dealing with misdemeanors, but part 3 is when they start accusing me of felonies, so it gets insane. But yeah, stay tuned. I'm going to crank out videos in the meantime until part 3 is done. But thanks for all the support, and let's find Brian's
Dasher's nearby. Let me see. Can get it.
Telephone number.
Oh my gosh. Why? Nick's still awake. Hey, are you near Alex?
Not really.
Well, I was wanting him to get my DoorDash, but he's not answering his phone.
Yeah, I'm too high to move, man.
Alright.
Alright.
Bye. Alright, I have to go get it then. Oh, my glute is still so sore. How interesting, though. I wonder how many subscribers he's up. I didn't look what he was before. Oh, I didn't see the ones where they're responding to his videos. Let me see.
Well, Bricks and Minifigs officially responded to my Lego video we made about them, and I haven't read it yet, but someone just sent it to me, so I was like, well, let's make a video about this. This is not Lego video part 2. Part 2 is still on my Patreon if you want to check it out. Patreon.com/RecklessBen. This is just our response to Bricks and Minifigs' response. Okay, should we pull it up? Actually, wait, before we start the video, we gotta talk about our sponsors. This video is sponsored by We Steal From Old People, and you can visit us at www.westealfromoldpeople.com. We're actually at We Steal From Old People's headquarters right now. This is our office.
I hope I start
seeing
seeing
the
the
phone
shirts
calls all
around.
day. Give us a call.
We would love to steal from old people for you, if you want.
Yeah. But we can't take credit for our business model. We're literally just stealing from Bricks and Minifigs. They're the ones that thought of this genius business model, so they get all the credit for this. They posted this on their website. Let's see what they said. Over the past several months, many in our community have seen posts and videos regarding a dispute involving the former Bricks and Minifigs location in Salem, Oregon. We understand the frustration and passion behind these discussions. Do they understand?
I don't think they fully understand.
Because when I went to ask him about this was his response.
What's going on?
So you guys are holding some of our Legos?
No, we're not.
You're not?
No.
Bricks and Minifigs is built on a community of collectors and families who care deeply about fairness, and that is a value we share. Maybe Bricks and Minifigs just shows their care in a completely different way than most people do, and they show that care by stealing from people.
To be absolutely clear, Bricks and Minifigs does not condone, tolerate, or participate in the exploitation of anyone, especially older adults or vulnerable members of our community. I fucking love that they just specifically put, especially older adults or vulnerable members of our community.
If they're not exploiting anyone, especially older adults, why are they stealing from older adults then? That seems like a weird way to not exploit old adults.
Yeah. When a complex business dispute is reduced to edited social media clips, critical facts are often lost. While we will not litigate this online, which they are currently doing, we want to clarify the core situation.
Okay, so I see what they're saying. So right now they're saying this is all a big misunderstanding. Ben has edited these clips to make us look bad, but we're not really bad. Now, for the rest of this article, we're going to share our side that Ben left out, is what I'm assuming they're saying here, right?
Sounds like it.
Maybe we were wrong. Maybe Bricks and Minifigs is right, and we should give them a chance to share their side of the story. So let's see their side. So it says, the reality of the consignment claim. Much of the online narrative centers around a private consignment arrangement allegedly made by a former Salem store. It is vital to understand that Bricks and Minifigs Corporate was not a party to this alleged agreement, nor were subsequent franchises who took the ownership of the Salem location after the former owners were removed. So Bricks and Minifigs does have a point here. The previous owner, according to Bricks and Minifigs franchise agreement, they're not supposed to do consignments. They're supposed to buy the Legos and then sell them. So I think the old owner broke the rules. However, this does not, basically what this is called a whataboutism, is what they call it in politics. Basically, Bricks and Minifigs is saying, well, to take the focus off the bad thing we did, look, the previous owner also did something bad too. So because she did something bad, that makes, I mean, it just makes both of them bad. It doesn't make them, this doesn't prove their innocence. But we'll keep reading. Maybe this is just the first paragraph. Corporate did not assign, approve, or authorize this arrangement, which is further proof of why they should not have the Legos in the store. If this is something that the brand doesn't do, if Bricks and Minifigs doesn't do consignment deals, then they should just give the Legos back, right? There's no reason for these Legos to be in their store. They didn't pay for them. They're not doing a business deal with Brian anymore. So just give them back. Easy solution. Franchisees operate independent businesses. While they must follow system standards, the franchisor does not automatically inherit responsibility for private, unauthorized agreements a local owner may enter into. This is basically corporate saying, hey, we can't control our franchises, right?
Yeah.
And then, but the problem is when you go to the franchises, they say, well, corporate told us to do this.
You're supposed to be getting a hold of corporate.
In the security camera footage, corporate's the one taking over the store.
Seeking facts over narratives. Serious claims require serious evidence. I do agree. We both agree with that.
Yes.
We have repeatedly asked for the original documents and undoctored recordings that support these accusations. So isn't that funny? Did we try to get the evidence over to you guys?
Yeah, did I remember that time when I had all the evidence in my hand and I walked into the store and I just said, hey, here's all the evidence. I'm not judging you. Let's figure this out. And what did they do?
Can we have like a clip playing right now?
Yeah, let's roll the clip.
Well, so here's still all of the Lego sets you guys still have.
I don't have anything to do with that, and I don't want that. You can go ahead and leave, and I'm going to ask you one more time. This is the last time. I do not want that. You're not handing me anything.
I tried for a long time just to get her to look at this contract.
Why do you think your friend would be entitled to our inventory?
Well, it's his. He owns the Legos.
Huh? He doesn't own the Legos.
Well, yeah, we have a contract. He does own them.
No, bro, are you an idiot? Are you stupid?
Damn, the gaslighting.
Josh, the police is showing up right now.
Oh, that was a good clip. I guess this clip is them begging for us to give them evidence, right?
It sounds like it.
And that we were the ones that refused to give them the evidence.
Makes no sense. They literally go, we have repeatedly asked. Okay, that's bullshit. Selective social media posts and investigative style videos are not a substitute for the complete records and legal agreements that govern the rights of all involved parties.
Okay, let's put all the evidence right here. We got the consignment deal. We got the full inventory list that the Bricks and Minifigs store made that shows which sets were sold, which sets are still in the store, and which sets Brian has not been paid for. This was an inventory list made by the store. Here's the security camera footage of corporate knowing there was a consignment deal.
These are ones that he has not been paid his percentage yet. And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
That's a business thing and not necessarily yours. He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment.
Here's all the metadata timestamped pictures of the sets that were still in the store when the owner got kicked out. I've printed all of this proof out and tried to give it to them, and this was their response.
You could go ahead and leave now.
Really?
So you could go ahead and leave now, or I will call the police for harassment.
Well, I'm not harassing you.
No, you are.
Wow, that was a really good clip.
Yeah.
It shows exactly what they wanted, which was obviously to talk to you. If a legitimate claim exists, there are established legal and dispute resolution processes to handle it fairly. Attempting to force a business outcome through public pressure, especially on unrelated stores and employees, is not a productive or fair path forward.
Basically what they're saying is, let's figure this out the legal way. Well, we did what he said, actually. We did sue him, and we won. And then they didn't like the legal way. Bricks and Minifigs was the one who didn't want to do it the legal way. Do you know why?
Why is that?
Because this is what happened when we won.
Dang it!
They closed down their entire store because Bricks and Minifigs did not want to do the legal way. Okay. Bricks and Minifigs stores is a private business with the right to protect their premises. We will continue to support our owners in prohibiting disruptive conduct or harassment. This is not about silencing criticism. It is about, oh, they're not trying to silence criticism. Now, I feel like Bricks and Minifigs is doing whatever they can to silence criticism, and if you don't believe me, watch part 2.
Moving forward together, our position remains simple. Bricks and Minifigs Corporate was not a party to the unauthorized Salem consignment agreement.
But they were a party in the theft of the Legos.
Any legitimate claims should be resolved through the proper legal channels where facts can be evaluated fairly. And we already did that.
Yep. Facts can be evaluated. We put all of the documents on the screen.
We ask our fans and creators to consider the human impact of the content they share. Fairness is a two-way street. It requires looking at the full picture and respecting the rights of unrelated small business owners and their staff. I mean, shouldn't they care about people below them?
This doesn't say how they're moving forward. Moving forward should be, let's give Brian his Legos back, right?
Yeah. We love the Lego community and the creativity it fosters.
Well, they're making the Lego community look really bad, so until they give Brian his Legos back, they're just going to keep making the Lego community look terrible.
We thank those who have waited for the facts before accepting rumors as truth.
I think what they're trying to say by this line is that they have the facts and we have the rumors, right? Because we're just trying to promote some narrative when they're the ones that have the facts. But if you look at the situation, it kind of seems like we're the ones that have the facts. I mean, we put all the facts up on the screens, and he now has a narrative with no evidence.
Yeah, exactly. Literally just like 4 or 5 paragraphs with no evidence whatsoever. We thank those who have waited for the facts before accepting rumors as truth and who continue to support their local Bricks and Minifigs franchise stores.
Okay, here we go. Because this matter involves active legal issues, we will provide further updates only when it's appropriate and legally permissible to do so. So this is what they're saying is like, we're not going to respond again. And they're saying it's because we can't legally do it. Their legal issues are with me. Like we've already been to court, like I think 3 times. I can share my side. Why can't they share their side? Unless their side would get them in a lot of legal trouble and they could go to jail, I guess, is why. Actually, it makes sense now why they can't share their side. Bricks and Minifigs is saying, yes, we have all of Brian's Legos in our store. No, we didn't pay for them, but we would, and their answer for that is, we would never try to exploit an old man. But it seems like that's what they're doing. They're exploiting an old man. So I think a better response would be explain why do you have these Legos in your store without paying for them? That would be an explanation, right? Like that would be good. But they won't be able to do that because what they would be doing is they're explaining what stealing is. And that's what Bricks and Minifigs did. And especially not just stealing, but stealing from an old person, which is who Bricks and Minifigs likes to steal from the most.
Yeah.
There's also one more thing. So there's this other guy. It's like there's a Lego store like a couple blocks, it's like literally like right down the street from Bricks and Minifigs. It's called Bricks and Beyond. And this guy's getting a bunch of hate for my video because people are confusing his store with the Bricks and Minifigs store. Yeah, but the problem is this guy runs like a super ethical Lego store. And should we give him a call right now, actually?
It's very similar in names. It is not related to Bricks and Minifigs at all.
First off, do you enjoy stealing from old people?
That is not what we do.
Oh, see, so basically everyone that's giving you harassment then is basically mixing up the 2 stores is what you're saying?
Essentially, yeah.
Why 2 stores in the same small area? Unless they made it after the other one went under, because it has been a few years, I guess. Or, I don't know. I didn't see this one either.
Corporate Bricks and Minifigs sent out an email to all of their lower franchises, basically instructions on how to deal with our documentary we made about them. And we got a hold of this email. The email leaked online.
And now we're just gonna read through this. I haven't seen this at all, so. Dear franchisees, as most of you are aware, our network is currently facing a coordinated negative PR attack stemming from a former franchisee's consignment dispute in Salem, Oregon. A YouTuber, Reckless Ben, has released multiple videos amplifying this narrative, which has unfortunately led to harassment calls, review bombing, and store disruptions across our network.
So right away, I like how they say it's coordinated. They're saying like, oh, all the big streamers are working together now, and like all these people that are talking about it, it's all a big conspiracy against us.
So he goes to a franchise Lego store in Salem, Kaiser, Oregon. It's called Bricks and Minifigs.
Them stealing multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Legos from at least Brian.
And a video by Reckless Ben, political corruption, company stealing $200K from an old man.
The reality of the situation, though, is that Bricks and Minifigs did such a terrible thing that a lot of people want to talk about it.
Exactly.
Like, yeah, it's not like we're all coordinating to take down Bricks and Minifigs. It's just Bricks and Minifigs did such an evil action that everyone on the internet wants to weigh in. Oh, wait, one more
I watched Nick's clip. No, you can link it in the Discord or here or whatever. I don't know if Kick lets you.
thing. I forgot to address where we're at right now. So we are definitely in America. As you can see behind me, we are in St. Louis, Kansas City. Basically, we found out that if you have a warrant for your arrest and you flee the country, it's actually super illegal.
Exactly. We're 100% not in Mexico at all right now.
As you can see, and you can tell exactly where we are by the background, the arch in the background. We want to give everyone a clear recap of exactly what corporate is doing behind the scenes to protect you guys, what we can expect regarding a life cycle of this situation, and how we can work together as a team to move on from this defense to offense. No longer are we just going to try to defend our actions. We're going to try and take Reckless Ben down.
Dang.
So now we have the leaked documents of how they plan on taking me down.
While we will not litigate this matter in the media, we are taking aggressive action behind the scenes.
Why not do it in the media, you know? If they have nothing to hide and they actually are the innocent ones, why not do it in the public? Because then if they make it public, the public will see that they have nothing to hide, or they're going to do it behind the scenes because they know that they're only suing us in order to silence us. Oh, keep going. Sorry.
All right. Corporate was not involved in this specific local consignment issue.
Whoa, wait. Don't we have them on video saying they're going to be taking the consignment over?
He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment.
So that person on the phone is actually one of the people from the corporate offices that says, we are taking over the consignment now. This is a corporate issue. This is corporate lying to their franchisees right now.
Corporate was not involved in this specific local consignment issue, and we are holding firm on the facts.
I kind of feel bad for the franchise owners here because it's like we are showing so much evidence of these things that are happening, and then corporate's saying, hey, all this evidence, you can't believe it because we have the facts. We're not going to show you the facts, but we have the facts. And now as a franchise owner, you have to think, okay, do I believe the side with all the evidence and get fired? Because if they take our side with the evidence, then they get fired. Or do I just take the side that claims they have the facts but don't have the facts, and then this way I don't get fired? Yeah, so corporate's kind of putting all their franchises in a really bad situation right now, and it kind of sucks because it's like, I actually like Bricks and Minifigs. I think there's a lot of innocent franchises out there that didn't do anything, but corporate's just saying like, we don't care about our franchises. We're going to screw over all our franchises. It kind of sucks that corporate's doing that, and we're trying to help corporate do the right thing right now so the innocent franchises don't get screwed, but corporate's just screwing everything up for these innocent franchises right now by doing this. Law enforcement and federal involvement. We are actively working and sharing records with local police, Oregon State Police, the FBI, and USPIS. So basically, Bricks and Minifigs is getting the FBI involved. Legal action. Our legal team is preparing direct claims and seeking a TRO, a temporary restraining order, to halt the harassment and push this matter to full litigation against all parties. So basically, I think what they're trying to say here is they're trying to get some type of order where we can't post anything about them on social media. And so they're like, oh, well, if we can somehow silence them, then we can get away with our crime, is what they're basically saying. And we can see this because in my last video, they put random like copyright claims and privacy complaints over the entire video of scenes where it's literally just like me and you hanging out with each other. And like, did you want your face blurred in the video?
No.
Well, I can speak for myself. I didn't want my face blurred in the video. So Bricks and Minifigs is basically doing a bunch of weird stuff to try and get my videos taken down. And they said in their last response, it wasn't to silence criticism, but that's kind of what it seems like it is. Issuing cease and desist demands regarding unauthorized website they created. So basically, we made a website called www.westealfromoldpeople.com. Basically, Bricks and Minifigs is suing us because we're copying them, I think. So they got really upset at the fact that we decided to also steal from old people. And Bricks and Minifigs was like, hey, that's our thing. Only we can steal from old people. Bricks and Minifigs wants to have a monopoly on stealing from old people. And now that we entered the business, they are going to try and send us a cease and desist letter to take our website down. So that way they're the only ones in the game of stealing from old people.
If you have any old people that you want us to steal from, call this number.
I will personally answer all of your phone calls. Thank you.
It says the TRO is a preliminary injunction and is valid court order that will get the platforms to remove the content. Basically what they're saying is everything these guys did in their YouTube video was fair use. It was constructive criticism on how we can be a better company. However, we don't like that they caught us in our illegal act. So we're going to go to court and find some crazy loophole that maybe we can take advantage of the YouTube's AI algorithm there's a lot of flaws in the algorithm. So maybe we can take advantage of that and find a loophole to take down their video so people don't get mad at us for what we did. That's basically what this paragraph says. So you want to read the next paragraph?
Platform takedowns. We have reached out to Google/YouTube, Patreon, GoDaddy, and Facebook to report the specific pages, videos, privacy violations, and the coordinated review.
You're gonna take down my Patreon? What the heck? That sucks.
Oh man.
Well, subscribe now while it's still up. I do want to say this. Part 2, so I'm working as hard as I can right now on part 3. Once part 3 is up in like maybe a week, part 2 will be live on YouTube, and then part 3 will be on Patreon. So part 2 will be on YouTube very soon, don't worry. But as of now, if you want early access, subscribe to Patreon while it's still up.
Policy review. We are actively reviewing internal policies to prevent similar transition issues from occurring in the future. Oh, okay, I see. I think I know what they're talking about right there. So like internal policies. I think they're talking about the consignment deals.
That reminds me of another update. So since the last video, I actually got a hold of the franchise agreement that the previous owner, Crystal, made with corporate. And it says in her contract, it says consignments are allowed.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy sh.
I mean, that's their number one argument. And it just says in the contract, like, oh, you can do consignments. So like, what the heck? Corporate, sharing any of this internal legal strategy publicly with customers can severely compromise or damage our active legal case against Ben Schneider. Well, not only did someone share with a customer, they shared it with me themselves. So, boom. And now I'm sharing it with the world. So take that, corporate. What to expect? The outrage cycle.
Based on historical data and export crisis management research, there's a typical cycle to online outrage. Understanding this timeline helps us manage expectations and maintain stability. Initial wave.
I like how we're trying to be like mathematical with this. Like we have calculated every
consulted
controversy
ChatGPT
current phase.
for this information.
Okay, initial wave, current phase. Peak intensity typically lasts 3 to 7 days after major videos drop. While the spike in harassment and calls is sharp, it quickly loses steam as online attention naturally shifts. We believe we are currently at or past the peak of the first wave.
I think they sent this out when it had only like 100,000 views on it, and now it's like 1.5 million views or something. Like and every day it just keeps getting even more views. So corporate, your math is wrong.
Court filing refresh. When we formally file our legal actions, expect a short, renewed spike. Another 3 to 7 days of heightened noise.
They're like, hey, our lawsuit is so garbage, there's gonna be outrage is what they're saying.
Yeah, so just be prepared for it. The opposing side will likely frame our legal defense as silencing the little guy.
Well, if it's not silencing the little guy, what is it?
This is a normal expected reaction, but it is temporary.
It's funny because these last 2 paragraphs are about like, dude, the wave is gonna end if we just be patient. But now Bricks and Minifigs Corporate has just decided to make this go on for like at least 2 more years because that's how long lawsuits take. So
I guess we have content for the next 2 years on this.
What they say? They said 3 to 7 days is the heightened noise. Now the noise is going from 3 to 7 days to 2 years, and that's all corporate's fault. So you guys are just screwing yourselves at this point. Decay phase, 2 to 4 weeks.
It's a lot of content.
Most online outrage fades significantly within a month, assuming no major new fuel. Do they think this is my only video on them? Like we have at least like 6 Residual mentions may linger in niche Lego and other online communities for 1 to 2 months, but day-to-day operations will normalize much faster. Long-term recovery, 1 to 3 months. Reputation stabilizes. They think their reputation is going to stabilize.
Okay, hold on, I'm sweating over here.
It's hot and it's very nighttime in Kansas City. It's crazy how hot it is at nighttime in action items.
Oh, action items. How you can help. These are the things that the franchisee owners are gonna do to make this better. Please implement the following immediately. Approved response options. Strictly do not engage emotionally.
Oh, that's good advice. That's good.
Yeah, wait. Is this going towards the CEO? I feel like he was really mad.
This is the CEO going.
I know, but like he was very emotional about this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I feel like he's writing this to himself.
The CEO is just telling the franchises, don't do what I did.
Train your staff immediately to use only these approved frameworks based on the situation. We understand our customers are smart, and balancing legal caution with our values helps prevent the appearance of corporal avoidance.
Well, it seems like corporate avoidance is happening right now. They responded within like an hour. We responded, and they have not responded again. So. Should we give them a way that corporate can respond to prove that they're not doing corporate avoidance? Yep. If you would like to respond, these are the questions everyone wants to know. Question 1. In this footage, corporate says we are taking over the consignment.
He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment.
However, you say here, we did not take over the consignment. So on one side, we have proof. On one side, which is your side, we have no proof. Why should we believe your side if there's no proof? If you believe a side with no proof, that sounds like something a crazy person would do, and your customers aren't crazy. So right now, your customers are siding with the side with proof. But if you want to take the lead, corporate, you can give some proof of why you weren't involved in the consignment. And it also says in the franchise agreement, consignments are allowed, but you say they're not allowed. Can you explain that one? Also, why can't Brian just have his Legos back? You're still keeping them even though you didn't pay for them. Like, what's stopping you from doing that? Yeah, well, that's just the main 3 that come to mind. But if you start with those 3, that would be a great way to win back public support if you could answer those questions.
Okay, so for general frontline staff, quick casual inquiries. Okay. Casual, yeah, casual. Oh wow, wait, these are like quotes. These are quotes that they want them to say. Memorize this. Okay, wait, come at me. Like, ask me a question. Okay, ready?
Hello. I heard your company stole a bunch of money and is not giving it back.
Holding my emotions in. This is a separate independent location, and I don't have any information to share regarding that situation.
Well, you must be correct, and I will leave. Where are Brian's Legos? I'm gonna burn this entire place down.
Yeah, I'll call 911. I am unaware of the specific details of that situation and have no comment at this time.
Well, I guess I better leave then.
Wow, that actually works. We're here to get Brian's Legos back.
Well, I actually have a script ready for you.
Oh, you do?
We are aware of the situation involving another independently owned location, and we understand why people are upset and asking questions. We can't speak to the specifics on an ongoing situation. Bricks and Minifigs does not support behavior that harms trust within our communities. Our local stores remain committed to operating with fairness, transparency, and respect for our customers.
Oh.
Does that answer your question?
Man, okay, well, if that's the case, I guess I'll just...
Well, actually, it doesn't answer the question because it says Bricks and Minifigs does not support behavior that harms trust within our communities. But they're doing that exact same behavior that harms the trust within their communities, which is stealing from old people.
Exactly.
I guess they think stealing from old people helps the trust, but maybe we have to break them the news that that's actually not a good thing. Okay, Bricks and Minifigs. If you steal from old people, that does not help the trust in your community. That makes it worse. Yeah, if you steal from old people, that people get upset at you if you do that. And so if you want to gain the trust back, you can give Brian the Legos back, and because that's ultimately your goal, right, is to get the trust with your community. So we're giving you a step-by-step guide of how you can get that trust back. Step 1, give Brian the Legos back. Yep.
Step 2.
Well, there's no step 2. Yeah, that's all you have to do. It's a very easy tutorial. I think they just didn't know how to do that before. But now that we made this tutorial for them, it should be very easy for them to gain the trust back. They have further canned response. What's a canned response?
Like a candid? Like candid, maybe?
Canned response.
Candid, I think that means like candid.
It's not like they put the response in a can and give it to someone, like...
I don't think so. Pre-written reply that someone reuses over and over instead of typing in.
Ghostwriter says, you know the world has gone to shit when there's a scandal about Legos. No, I think the reason why this is going viral is because nowadays most news stories we are left inconclusive with no evidence, no follow-up, no storyline. It's really... we don't have a lot of answers in normal today and age scandals. You know, it's like, is it a UFO? Tune in eventually when we disclose that information. It's like...
New message each time.
Thanks.
Oh, so basically, I think this is part of the brainwashing. You know, it's like, hey, instead of thinking for yourselves, just blindly follow what corporate's saying without asking any questions. Because if you ask any questions, you get fired.
Somebody reached out to me yesterday saying they got fired because their friend asked a question on your YouTube channel. Your YouTube post asked a question and they got fired.
That's crazy.
They're telling their employees, do not say anything. Like they think, you read the whole thing. They think if they just shut up and stand back and be quiet, it'll blow over. Like they don't know Lego fans and they don't know Star Wars fans.
Yeah. This is crazy.
They hired a crisis team.
Social media monitoring.
Or just social media
Extra vigilance
users.
is required right now when monitoring your social
Not
media.
even the
We
fandoms.
recommend turning off the ability to comment on your store's social media posts for the time being.
Wait, they said they're not trying to silence criticism, though. Isn't that literally silencing? It's like, oh, if we're getting criticism, let's silence it.
Yeah, exactly.
How is that not silencing criticism? Oh, let's keep going. Sorry, I cut you off.
Review monitoring. Monitor your Google, Facebook, and Yelp reviews and immediately flag/report any spam or retaliatory reviews.
But they're not silencing criticism, though, Victor. Please instruct your staff to actively solicit a Google review with every single transaction. A brief verbal reminder at the register to share their honest feedback goes a long way.
Well, on the bright side, no one's going to want to do consignment anymore. So I guess we fixed the issue.
So they're saying we need to flag all of these reviews that expose us for stealing from old people, but then let's make up for it by just every single transaction, leave us a good review, and maybe people won't see the crime that we committed, which is stealing from an old person.
Please use the hyperlinks below to download the following assets we have prepared for you and your team. Crisis De-Escalation Playbook. The short playbook includes verbatim scripts for handling in-store filming, hostile phone calls, and social media comments. So I feel like you should download these. And then
Yeah, if any Bricks and Minifigs employees have links to any of these videos and want to send them to us.
Next steps and moving forward. We understand how stressful and frustrating situations like this can be for you and your staff. Please know that your safety, peace of mind, and the protection of your local business are our absolute highest priorities.
Well, it seems like all of that is actually their lowest priorities, because if it was their highest priority, they would just give the Legos back. That would be a good way to show that it's their highest priority, but they're not doing it. So that makes me think that they don't care about their franchises. They're like, you know what? We're going to steal from this person, and you guys have to pay the consequences for it. And we don't care about you because we're not giving the stuff back.
They want to continue stealing from old people, man.
Yeah.
This is a challenging issue, but it is not impossible to overcome. You're 100% correct. You already know what to do. We gave you a very clear step-by-step.
Well, they didn't know before when they wrote this.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
The tutorial wasn't made when they wrote this email.
Yeah, actually,
but
yeah.
Now the tutorial's out there. They know that they just have to give the stuff back, and they'll make it right. I have faith at least they'll make it right now.
We are doing everything we can to protect the brand and our online reputation. While the legal process is not always fast, we want to ensure you that we have a very strong case against them.
Thank you for your resilience. Please reach out if you have any questions. Sincerely, the corporate Bricks and Minifigs team. Well, that was the email, I guess. That was kind of sick.
All right.
We showed you how to make a response, corporate. We would love to hear a response and get the public back on your side. You just got to give the Legos back. The public will be back on your side.
In the meantime, you can shop at WeStealFromOldPeople.com.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Good for him though. This channel's blowing up now. It's gonna be a profitable lawsuit if this keeps up. Mm. This is a wild thumbnail. It's only got 67 views. Good. All right. Comparing those two is an insane move. All right. AI video Stormy posted. Ooh, let me see it. Let me see. Yes, I want more refill. Is it in media share or is it in the UFO stuff? Oh. Media share? No. Which video? Oh, this one? Oh, no, that's a Twitter thing. What AI thing are we talking about? Mo Godat one? How long ago? Yeah, link it again. I don't know. This seems familiar. When did this come out? Oh, 1 day ago. Then I haven't seen it.
We have video evidence of people abusing children and not a single person got arrested. How can you call that a democracy? So humanity is at a crossroads where for the first time ever we need to wake up and realize that we're ruled by maniacs. And what we believe is democracy is not democracy. And what we know is not the truth. Like companies and governments will blame the geopolitical and economic challenges we have on AI. But the truth is AI is not the enemy. Like I'm not worried about AI turning against us. I'm worried about humans telling AI.
Here, I'll put this in Discord in case anyone wants to join in and give us their thoughts when we pause the video. No, don't just talk over it like an annoying person, please. Okay.
To turn against us. Like when I worked at Google, we were building amazing things, believing that we were making the world a better place, and we were. But then suddenly there is a moment where you recognize that maybe the world will not use what you're making the way you want it to be used. And sadly, this is upon us.
So I have lots of questions.
Okay, that's good.
So what's your take on this job disruption point? What is the risk of these very intelligent models that the creators of these models don't actually understand themselves? Do you think Sam Altman's pro-humanity? How do we get to a point of ethical AI when the incentive structures are so highly competitive? And then I wonder if there's a path that ends in AI being net positive for humanity.
For sure. Somehow we've been pre-programmed to believe that this is upon us and we cannot change it. And I refuse that. So we will talk about the solutions.
But are you optimistic?
I'm very optimistic about the future. I'm not optimistic about the next year.
Why the next year?
Come on, Stephen. You don't want me to say it? So...
This is super interesting to me. My team gave me this report to show me how many of you that watch this show subscribe, and some of you have told us, according to this, that you are unsubscribed from the channel randomly. So, favour to ask all of you, please could you check right now if you've hit the subscribe button, if you are a regular viewer of the show and you like what we do here.
I would,
We're approaching
but
quite a
my
significant
account is
landmark on
banned.
this show in terms of a subscriber number. So if there was one simple, free thing that you could do to help us, my team, everyone here, to keep this show free, to keep anything, everything true to that, Gouda, I spoke to you I think about 4 years ago when you wrote a book about happiness, and I remember you came in and you'd written this book about AI, but I particularly wanted to speak about the subject of happiness because I was fascinated by it. What I find astonishing is the fact that you were talking about AI before anybody was really talking about AI. No guest that had ever come on my podcast had ever mentioned the subject of AI. It just wasn't interesting to the world. And then this thing called ChatGPT came out, and suddenly everybody got to feel it for themselves and became fascinated by it. My first question, and this might be a question for people that don't know you, is why at that time did you start talking about AI before anybody else?
I knew them in the lab. I joined Google in 2007, very late 2006. And at the time, most people don't know that at the time we had reasonably established AIs doing our back-end work. And 2008, we had the CAT paper, which was published in 2009, the first real unprompted AI. I remember 2016, I had that incident where I was, observing a project we were funding that was about teaching grippers how to grip, unlike industrial machinery. So to be able to grip like a human needs a very high level of intelligence to assess the texture, the softness, the positioning, and so on, the shape of everything. And we were doing that, and it just blew my mind how similar to my kids they were. And I think that was my very first realization that we were building the apex of intelligence. We were genuinely handing over the reins of superintelligence to another being, right? And when you get faced with that, you start to suddenly realize something that we at Google found very difficult to realize, which was that everyone I knew at Google till then was believing that we were making the world a better place, and we were. We genuinely were doing amazing things for the world. But then suddenly there is a moment where you recognize that maybe the world will not use what you're making the way you want it to be used. And you can see that in lots of technologies. Social media starts by the claim that it's going to get us connected and get us closer, but eventually ends up separating us with that little screen. Dating apps are giving you the promise that you're going to find your soulmate, but in reality, they keep renewing month after month. And so tech somehow ends up being more capitalist than altruistic. And I think I wasn't the first. Nick Bostrom started, Jeffrey Hinton completely changed his mind. Fei-Fei Li's starting to say, this is very serious. Everyone who's ever had a very deep relationship with the machines is a bit concerned.
I wonder if there's a path that's hard to see now that ends in AI being net positive for humanity.
Sure. I bet 100% on that. It's that this path is very painful.
This path is very painful.
Yeah, so the example you need to understand is, we discovered nuclear power, and the very first implementation was a nuclear bomb, not nuclear energy, right? And I think that's exactly what's happening with AI. The first implementations of AI are in favor of a few at the expense of the majority. In favor of the capitalist to increase productivity and reduce costs, but not taking into account how that impacts on the general public. In favor of the armies that are now competing with autonomous weapons, in favor of the surveillance systems that are attempting to control everything with more and more and more intelligence and more monitoring. And that's not AI waking up in the morning and saying, hey, you know what, let's oppress all humans. But it is a powerful few that are simply deciding to use the ultimate superpower on the planet today to gain more power and more control. I mean, as we speak, we're living in 2 major wars where AI is doing most of the killing.
Because a lot of people think of AI as these like chatbots that we're all using to help us write.
No, I think there is a hype. I call it the hype dichotomy, if you want. So what the general public sees about AI is overhyped, but ineffective. You know, all of the fake videos and all of the, Grok did this, and we attempted to switch off that machine and it did that, and so on. What the real geeks see inside the lab is just unbelievable intelligence. And so what is about to happen is that we've started to put together systems that develop themselves. They look at their own code and they run experiments and they test those experiments if they changed something, and they see where the machines are, the performance is, and redeploy the best code. Okay, and if you just think of that, I want you to try and imagine a world where we have a tiny little genius sitting in the back end somewhere trying. But instead of trying a new code every day, it's trying a new code every microsecond. Eventually, sooner or later, they'll discover something, right? And I think that's what most people don't realize. What most people don't realize is how intelligence triggers intelligence. And if you really, really understand this, you realize that the hype on the normal human side is completely overrated, missing the main topics, and the silence inside the vault, if you want, of the geeks is quite alarming. No, not alarming in a bad way, but it's quite world-changing.
I think world-changing is a really interesting phrase, because I find that to be quite true, that the world is at the precipice of quite a significant change in many respects. It's funny, I almost swing backwards and forwards with my thoughts on AI. I guess one of the thoughts that hasn't swung is that there's going to be pretty tremendous job disruption. I would have logically believed it from reasoning up from, okay, intelligence increases, what is intelligence? And once intelligence is in the form of these agents, where on my phone right now I can tell my agent to do something, it uses the computer downstairs, it does it for me. When I first experienced that, I was like, wow, okay, so it can do anything that's on a computer. It can click around, it can do stuff for me. There's a lot of people that are paid in the world to click around on a computer. I'm probably one of them, to be honest. And then the other eureka moment was just in seeing how my own hiring had started to shift.
For sure.
And I started to notice that we were thinking about AI proficiency in our hiring a lot more. And that especially, I think the guys at Anthropic, which is one of the big AI companies, said that they could see, I think they said roughly 15% of entry-level jobs could now be done by AI. I think that's what they said. And that started to correlate with what I was observing. And this is when I thought, oh my gosh, yes, no, this is going to cause a lot of job disruption, especially at the entry-level level.
I think you're spot on with that. Not the blue collar, but the entry-level knowledge work.
Yeah, and that became my first concern. I sat here with Dara, the CEO of Uber, and he was quite clear that the 9 million Uber riders won't have their jobs anymore. What's your take on this job disruption point?
No, I think you're spot on. I mean, your team gave me this lovely little pyramid, basically. If you think of the bottom layer as blue-collar jobs, right? More people doing manual work. On top of it, you'll have those, call them knowledge workers, mostly doing mundane jobs, like you said, clicking on a computer or responding to a phone call or whatever. Then you have the middle knowledge workers, jobs that require a bit more intelligence, anything from a paralegal to a financial analyst to all of that. And then, of course, top leadership. And most people think it's going to be starting from the bottom. I don't think it will start from the bottom. Actually, I think blue-collar jobs will stay for a very long time.
Give me an example of a blue-collar job for someone else.
A carpenter. Okay. I love to restore classic cars. So, there isn't a robot that can do that yet. Okay. This, however, anything that is call center agent, assistant, travel agent, anything that you can do with a few clicks and is mundane is going to disappear very quickly. My prediction is you're going to start to see very serious impact in 2027. Now, what you had not sensed it before, because what we saw was no hiring in that segment. So that what you saw in the last couple of years is that...
This reminds me of my friend last year who just got into the SEO I guess, advice industry. You know, she can do SEO for clients. And that's why would I go to a person for SEO when I can just ask Gemini, the AI bot, to analyze Google instantly in its searches? And what do I do to optimize searches on Google, Gemini?
Companies were not
Not gonna do a
hiring
person
entry-level
anymore.
jobs anymore.
Yeah.
It wasn't
That kind of
process
stuff.
yet, but then
That kind of stuff will be yoinked by the AI.
basically meant the workforce was not growing, right? The next layer, I think, would probably be the
We need
knowledge
more data
workers.
centers.
Oh, absolutely.
As intelligence increases, a paralegal would probably not be needed because AI can do the
Cancer,
research, or
right?
one paralegal can do the job of four, a financial analyst the same, and so on and so forth. But interestingly, it continues to go up, believe it or not. And I hosted Max Tedmark on my documentary, and he was laughing out loud, genuinely laughing out loud, saying, most of the CEOs believe that they can fire everyone and have AI do all of the jobs. They just don't remember that AGI is going to do everything better than humans eventually, including being a CEO.
So let's first define, when you say white collar, you said lawyers there. What kind of roles is that?
Everything. I mean, if you're a doctor that's doing diagnosis, you probably will have fewer doctors doing more diagnosis, because I think the NHS does that already by asking people to interact with an AI first. If you're a composer, a music composer, some composers will lose their jobs because of that. If you're an artist that's doing graphic design, some will lose their jobs because AI comes into that. And interestingly, even middle management. I mean, I told you offline about my startup. My CTO is an AI, my chief of staff is an AI, my project management is AIs. Again, because I'm a geek, I can do those things, but that interface will come to the normal people very soon, right? And so this may take 2 to 3, 5 years if you want, until 2030, if you're optimistic, but they'll start to erode. Okay, I think the challenge that most people don't understand is as this erodes, we're already dealing with a very different economy. Okay, an economy that is spiraling a lot quicker and pushing for more cost reductions. I mean, let me ask you this, if you don't mind, then we can come back to this. Imagine a world where the concept of labor arbitrage that built all of our capitalist success disappears.
What do you mean by labor arbitrage?
So capitalism has always been all about using labor and capital or debt to create things at a cost that is lower than the price you sell them for. Correct? That's it. You bring a team together, they make some shoes, whatever, and you sell the shoes for $1 more than how much it costs you to make them. So how would capitalism look like if you don't have labor arbitrage? If cost of labor drops to an investment in a machine that can do the job? Okay? How would capitalism and banking look if, because of that cost reduction, you don't need to borrow as much anymore? And more interestingly, how does the GDP look if all of those workers no longer have the purchasing power to buy the things that you can create, you and others, right? There is an interesting disruption that doesn't require us to get to 100% job displacement. At 10, 20% job displacement, you're in a very different economy, and an economy that is clearly spiraling downwards, don't you think?
Yeah, I wonder with when costs drop, I think one of the things that might happen as well is that people will spend more on other things. Because I was thinking in my business, one of the observations I've had is if I make a cost saving, I end up spending the money on something else. Now that thing could be tokens, basically spending money on
compute,
AI, but it also could be hiring in different areas.
Which are?
Software engineers are like hot property right now.
You have to imagine all of that intelligence is sooner or later going to be not replaced entirely in the first stages, but if the job of 4 assistants can be done by one, then the job of 4 paralegals can be done by one, then the job of a massive marketing team can be done by a smaller marketing team. It's not that jobs will end first, it's that productivity gains will make businesses not want to have as many people, costly humans, costly emotional humans, when the job can be predictably done for cheaper.
And then what about this this bottom layer here?
True.
There was this video released by Figure AI the other day where they showed someone on a robot on the production line for 8 hours just sorting packages. Yeah. Did you see this video? At one point, they showed a human sorting the packages alongside them, but the robot ended up winning out. And okay, this is a very straightforward task. All it's doing here is it's looking for where the label is on the package and making sure the label is facing downwards on all the packages. So it's looking, it's sorting the packages, putting the label facing down, and it did this for 8 days.
Yeah.
Intermittently, it would walk over and charge itself, and then it would come back to the production line.
Yeah. Amazing.
But when I saw this as well, it was a glimpse of some of the disruption that's going to take place at the blue collar level as well. Because if you think about Elon Musk, he's got in his pay packet, he gets something like $1 trillion over the coming years if he produces and delivers at least 1 million humanoid robots into the world. But his prediction is there will be a time where there are 10 billion humanoid robots, where there are more humanoid robots in the world than humans.
For a fact. You see, the interesting, again, the difference between the overhype and the underhype. Huh? Most of the conversation is around humanoids.
Said we are in the Discord, Tino, if you want to join.
Nobody's talking about self-driving cars. And a self-driving car is a robot. It's a functional robot that doesn't look like humans, okay? The investment you have to put into humanoids is a little more to learn skills that allows that machine to fit into the world. But specialized robots are going to do the job very, very quickly. And so you can easily see that the first wave, like you had the conversation with Uber CEO, is going to be specialized robots replacing drivers. It's going to be specialized robots, unfortunately, doing the killing. It's going to be specialized robots, unfortunately, doing all of the intelligence work, law enforcement work. They don't have to look like a human. They don't have to behave like a human. As a matter of fact, the Boston Dynamics dog is probably more efficient than a humanoid at doing the job that you can assign to it in a battlefield, right? Now, those basically mean that jobs will be disappearing to robots before we recognize that they're disappearing to robots. And those robots will be as many as every car being made today.
I mean, they are. If you go to LA, my car drives itself, but also there's just Waymos everywhere. So
absolutely. Yeah. And BYD the other day just announced that they will pay for the liability of any accident their cars will make.
And BYD is the big Chinese manufacturer of autonomous vehicles.
So this I think replacement cycle will happen. It will require a lot of time to achieve economies of scale, but I don't think
AI taking over.
Elon Musk is off the mark when he talks about 10 billion robots. Not all of them are going to look like humanoids. And I think very quickly we recognize that many robots don't need to be humanoids at all, that there is a much more efficient form factor or shape, physical shape, if you want, than the human flimsy structure. But yes, it's about to happen. I think I should qualify all of this by saying it does not necessarily need to happen. So people will hear all of this and blame AI and say AI is evil. AI is not. Abundant intelligence is wonderful. Having jobs done by machines is amazing for us.
I'm thinking about the kid that's leaving university now, and they've got a degree in law, or I don't know, you talked about a few other white collar jobs earlier, like graphic design, or maybe they did sociology.
Yeah.
Or maybe they did, I don't know, business management, like I did for one day in university. You're hearing about all these layoffs coming from big tech companies, and it seems that the CEOs of these companies are announcing these layoffs with a certain amount of, it seems like, I wouldn't say the word is joy, but they are very keen to explain that they're laying off lots of people because of AI. And I think they think that gives them a certain amount of respect, probably from investors, for making hard decisions and being efficient with how they're running their businesses. Investors look at them and think, well, if that's an efficient business and they're leaning into AI, then that's a good investment. It's almost started a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy, where if you're the only CEO not laying off loads of people because of AI, you actually look bad. The assumption is your company is bloated and you're a bad operator. So one of my concerns that I think is highly plausible is that over the next 5, maybe 10 years, we're going to really see a lot of unemployment as the world has to kind of readjust to whatever these new jobs are. I do think there will be new jobs. It's hard in foresight to predict what those new jobs will look like. And then the minute you start talking about humanoid robots and robotics, which I think is basically going to hit society like a comet, like a meteor. I think the first humanoid robot from Tesla or anyone else that is highly effective in the real world at doing tasks and is extremely intelligent because it's powered by one of these LLMs, I think it's going to shock people. And I think it's going to happen quickly. Like ChatGPT happened quickly.
100%.
I think Elon or something is going to do a presentation someday and say, we're ready.
100%.
And you can buy one now for $500 a month.
100%.
and then people are going to get them, and I think it's going to shock the world. But until humanoid robots arrive, I think there's still going to be a lot of job disruption to the white collar layer. And I wonder what that looks like for society when we get to, I don't know, 10%, 15% unemployment theoretically, which I think is plausible.
Very soon, yeah. You're not very different, okay? You're just on top of a baseline that is continuing to grow. So your business is growing, so you continue to hire, but you are replacing human resources with compute. Okay, if AI didn't exist, you would have probably had 100 people more in your organization today, right? You now have 100 people less, and 1 billion tokens more.
Yeah. So for anyone that doesn't know, tokens are basically the thing that you use. It's the currency of AI.
Yeah. So if you want to get a task done by a human, you count in sort of like man hour or worker hour, employee hour. In AI, you count by compute. You count by tokens, right? And so the trick is those major tech companies, they have two sides. One is they need to replace workers with compute even more because there is a competitive side on compute where if any of them is left behind, that means the destruction of the entire business. But on the upside, they are geeks, so they know how to build interfaces to compute. So they integrate technology within their organizations quicker than the average traditional business. Right? Non-technology business, if you want. You can look at them and say, this is the preview. It's not about all of humanity losing their jobs. It's about what is the dividing line before civil war, right? Think about a situation where 20% unemployment is happening when economies are suffering inflation. I say that not to be a scaremonger. I say that because I genuinely believe governments need to wake up. Okay, government needs to at least, remember the COVID years where governments had to give furlough everywhere and ask people to stay home. If people stay home, governments have to be prepared to somehow sustain those people until reskilling happens or until we find a solution so that those people don't feel that they're left behind.
A civil war.
Unrest, let's call it.
Civil unrest.
Yeah.
What does that end up looking like? Because on one end, the democratic process plays its role in we just elect someone
vandalism.
else.
Does it really? Don't say that.
I don't know. You tell me.
Oh, no. I think democracy has ended a long time ago, Stephen. I think we live in the most corrupt time. I don't know about history, to be honest, but this is definitely corrupt. Okay. This definitely is not democracy. This definitely is not even congressional in any possible way. And people are angry. People are angry because their tax money is going to things that they don't choose to, that don't benefit them. That, lots of regulations in the system are being ignored. I mean, I choose not to speak about politics perhaps until my next book comes out, but look, we have video evidence of people abusing children and not a single person got arrested. Not a single person. I mean, how can you call that a democracy? I think repeating those slogans is gonna anger people even more, if you ask me. People know that they're being lied to. People know that their leaders are not representing their best interests. People know that their money is going to causes that they don't really approve of. And ask me how civil unrest looks like. I don't know, and I'm not calling for it, but I'm hopefully calling for the politicians to start to become aware that this is crossing the lines everywhere.
On this point, Sam Altman.
Tina says, my friend Waffles came to visit me this past weekend and attended a Producers Guild conference. And they were saying most producers in Hollywood are over the debate they are going forward with AI. Like for the actors too, or just like the writing and like the design of costumes and stuff.
Weird.
That'd be crazy. Well, for animation. Oh, okay.
And who is the founder of OpenAI? He's been banging the AI is coming for your job drum for more than a decade now. In 2015, he pointed out, my job is to help people destroy jobs. Something he lamented at the time, but decided he'd do anyway.
One of the things that I struggle with, like getting out of the bed every morning, is that like my job is to help people destroy jobs. The job destruction that we're going to see by software in the next couple of decades, I don't think anyone's prepared for, and you can't talk about it.
And in 2023, Altman said in an interview, a lot of people working on AI pretend that it's only going to be good. It's only going to be a supplement. No one is ever going to be replaced. Jobs are definitely going to go away, full stop. Interestingly, this month, he said, I don't think we're going to have the kind of jobs apocalypse that some of the companies in our space advocate or talk about. I'm delighted to be wrong about this. On white-collar jobs in 2021 through 2024, he said, AI will probably replace most of the jobs people do today. Entire job categories will be totally, totally gone. In May, this month, 2 years later, he said, I thought there would be more impact on entry-level white-collar jobs being...
Well, what I have noticed is I don't know if they're capping it on purpose, but like I tried to use both Gemini and ChatGPT to analyze how big a property is based on like the acreage and the lot lines proportionally, and it was able to do that, but then it couldn't put a simple rectangle of the building dimensions I want to scale. So it's still very limited. Neither platform could render this image accurately. So I don't know if they're putting a cap on that to help the industries that do blueprints and shit. I can't tell if they're like limiting AI's capabilities in order to save certain jobs now or not. But it just seemed like I was asking a very simple task and it couldn't do it, which was very surprising to me. Unless it's actually just retarded. And if it's that retarded, then I agree. I don't think it'll be the job apocalypse we think it is.
Eliminated by now than has actually happened.
Yeah.
This is an area where my intuitions were just off.
Basically,
what
more
I find
programmers
uncomfortable
will
is the
optimize,
bouncing
for
backwards and
internal
forwards.
companies to interface
And I don't
with
really know
AI
what is
to make
true.
it make
Because
sense.
a couple of years ago, you were telling us all the jobs are going to go away.
Jobs
You
will
said
shift.
categorically. You said literally said full stop. And now he's saying they're not going away. And I just don't, when someone's like changing form factor, it's hard to understand why they're doing it. And I think my suspicion is back then, the incentive was to get people to take AI seriously. Congratulations, we took it seriously. We took it so seriously, in fact, that it's now a problem. It's a problem for these companies because people are now booing at commencement speeches.
Like, I'll do a paint model example to show you how off it was, because I don't want to actually show the property because people are crazy. But like, all right, let's just say, let's do a bigger one. Let's say this is my property, okay? And then I told AI, make a dressage, because it labeled the acreage, right? So it knows this distance and it knows this distance, right? So it has the feet already. And I said, make a rectangle representing an Olympic-size dressage arena with the dimensions of, like 200 by 70. And it kept, even though it knows this size, it kept rendering the image like, this is the size of it compared to your property. And I'm like, no, that's not right. And he's like, oh, you're right. I'm wrong. Here, let me redo the image. And they would give me the same shit over and over. And so I said, fuck this. And I went to my brother who works at an architect place. And I'm like, figure this out for me, please. I just need a rectangle. And you know how big it was compared to the property? This big. That's how off the AI was.
Oh, God.
So, no, it's retarded. So, I agree. I don't think it's going to be the job apocalypse that we thought it was. All right.
They're attacking data centers. They're going to elect people that are theoretically anti-AI. And now there's this inversion where, like, no, it's going to be fine.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You're spot on. First of all, Sam's entire existence, if you ask me, starting with open AI, that's supposed to save the world by creating a safe AI, then making it a commercial enterprise that's worth billions, and backstabbing a few people in the process. And I have him on Chasing Utopia saying, clear, I quote, this is exactly the words he said. You can find it online.
Chasing Utopia is your documentary.
Yes. So he basically says, well, I don't suspect that. I suspect that AI is likely going to end humanity, but we're going to create a lot of interesting companies in the process, right? Those kinds of statements are honestly not the statements of someone who's not decided. It's just the statements of someone who's being taught more and more by his PR agency or PR manager to say things as per script, right? And the script, as you rightly said, had an objective and a target either way. And Sam Altman, in one of my works, I used to say the Altman is a brand; it's not a name. Okay, if it wasn't for Sam Altman specifically, there would have been another, Silicon Valley disruptor that would have done the same. I don't blame him for beating the market for it. The interesting challenge here is that who do we believe anymore? Who do we believe in technology? Who do we believe in politics? Who do we believe in the middle of a war? And I will tell you, interestingly, I started to change my mindset in terms of believing those who put their actions where their words are. So Anthropic coming out and saying, I'm not going to allow my model to be used for human targeting and surveillance, right? That's someone that's losing a $500 million deal because they stand by their ethics. The next week or the next, couple of weeks, OpenAI takes the contract. That's someone that's basically telling you it's good money. Right? And I have to say, you have to start observing who's actually behaving in a way that is making AI work for humanity and who is behaving in a way that is making AI work for their shared values.
Yeah, I do have to say, when Dario and the team at Anthropic did that, I did have a huge amount of respect for them. Generally because it just shows that there's some kind of they've got their own sort of moral, ethical boundaries. And that someone asked me on stage many years ago, how do you know if someone's values or a company's values are true? And I said, look at what they're willing to sacrifice in the near term that's against their incentives.
Correct.
That for me is the essence of understanding if someone has integrity or is principled, is they will give up something in the near term for what they believe in over the long term. It's usually money,
or some kind of benefit of any sort. I mean, so there is something that you needed to have worked on the inside of Google like me to realize. There are prisoner's dilemmas within technology where you cannot escape the influence of either a competitor or the government, right? There are some times where, the NSA is going to push Google to say, give me this information or otherwise I'm going to really destroy your business, right? But there is a very big difference between a company that willingly does this and celebrates it like a Palantir or an OpenAI, or a company that tries to resist it until the point where it becomes impossible to continue to do business. And you have to question from the actions of the tech bros who is pro-humanity and who isn't. And it's not very difficult to see that from their statements.
Do you think Sam Altman's pro-humanity?
I genuinely have never made up my mind, honestly, Steve. I say that with... I'm either thinking this is too big for him, and he just is driven by how, he found himself in the middle of this. Anyone who finds himself in the middle of an opportunity to completely flip the world upside down, or he's not pro-humanity. I don't know. I definitely think he's pro-OpenAI before he's pro-humanity, but that's only the way I see it. Others, however, say it publicly. If you look at Palantir's Alex Karp or Peter Thiel. I mean, Peter, again, in the film is shown when he's in that interview where the interviewer asks him, but you're in favor of the continuation of humanity, and he pauses for
Peter Thiel does.
Yeah, for 40 seconds. I'm not sure. I mean, publicly says that.
Crazy thing to say.
That's a crazy, pause there. Alex Karp celebrating how, his technology is able to target people. I know it's foolish of me to start bringing all of this up, but, this is public on the open internet, and somehow we entrust those people with the future of humanity. This is wrong.
I'm just trying to imagine a future where everything is just fine from here on out. So what would that future look like? It would look like these models continue to become a little bit more intelligent, but they never become that much more intelligent for whatever reason. They just kind of stay where they are now. They stay contained within chatbots, and we have some smart robots, but nothing else really changes in a profound way. Cars drive themselves, fine. Planes fly themselves, fine. But people, they have time to go and do other types of white-collar jobs because there's a little bit more time than we expected. And society goes through this sort of soft transition towards this new world.
I would love to see that. I don't think it's mathematically plausible, to be honest. The arms race, especially across nations, is going to drive us to continue to develop AI more and more. But allow me to consult with you on another possible scenario, right? Everyone that develops an incredibly intelligent AI would deploy it.
Yeah.
Correct? So it's unlikely that anyone would find a way to build a better decision maker in wargaming and not deploy it. Okay, that prisoner's dilemma, if you want, would mean that their competitors would either have to deploy a similarly intelligent AI, or they'll become irrelevant, uncompetitive. Correct. So what that means is, in that world, we end up with AI making most of the decisions. Super intelligent AIs making most of the decisions. Which, would you agree? This is a very simple prisoner's dilemma. If we're competing for intelligence supremacy, by definition, when we achieve it, we deploy it.
Yeah.
Okay. I call that the force inevitable. Now, with that in mind, there must be a moment in the future, near or far, where every important decision is made by an AI.
Yeah.
Now, here's the question. Most of my dearest colleagues, I mean, when I had Jeffrey Hinton on the film, he openly says we are, we didn't calculate well that there is a 10 to 20% possibility that those machines are going to wipe us out, right? And I remember we didn't put it in the film, but I said 10 to 12 to 20% is Russian roulette, right? That's actually 16% is Russian roulette, right? Now, in that world, however, I believe that's humanity's salvation. Because if you look at every problem we have today, it's not because of abundant intelligence. It's because of lack of intelligence. I think the way you look at it, if you allow me, Steve, is that if you have no intelligence at all, you have no to slightly negative impact on the world, right? If your intelligence is limited. The more intelligent you become, the more you contribute positively to the world. Until a moment where you're so intelligent to become the president.
I'll be honest. I feel like it's more likely, chat, in my opinion, that corrupt people wipe us out than the AI. I'm not saying that it couldn't, but I think we're on track for psychopaths to wipe us out faster than AI will.
Didn't psychopaths create AI?
Right? But so misled to maybe set your targets wrong, or to refuse, or to so set your target wrong and achieve them. Disconnected from the overall long-term benefit of your nation or your human nation, if you want, that you start to make decisions that are not intelligent at all. Okay? This doesn't last, because if you go beyond that into higher levels of intelligence, most of the super intelligent people that you ever worked with will not need to break any rules or hurt anyone to become successful, right? I usually cite Larry Page, who is, in my mind, one of the most intelligent people I've ever interacted with. And Larry used to call it the toothbrush test. He says, why would you need to compete on another photo sharing app when if you find the major problem and solve it really well, like a toothbrush, so people use you twice a day, you're bound to make a lot of money. You don't have to compete with anyone. If you let me be optimistic about this. We're assuming that there is a moment in the future where AI is in charge of all the decisions, and accordingly, stupid leaders are not. Okay? Now, when
did toothbrushes get invented? When did the concept of brushing your teeth come into play?
It's a good idea.
Probably in ancient times.
When did toothbrushes? Wow. That doesn't count. Chew sticks frayed with that's not the same thing. I mean, like the industry. 1780. First mass-produced modern toothbrush using cattle bone and pig bristles. Mass-produced.
That's great.
Diverse.
Dew point nylon, creating the first modern synthetic bristle toothbrush. When did brushing twice a day become a thing? Brushing teeth twice a day became a mainstream public health standard after World War II. Rigid military hygiene requirements during the 1940s forced millions of recruits to brush daily. Interesting. I wonder if that's around the time where sugar started getting pumped into way too many foods. What came first, the chicken or the egg?
Sam Altman himself said that, what if ChatGPT 7, if I remember his quote on this, what if ChatGPT 7 is so much more intelligent than I am, Sam, in that case, that it has to become the CEO of OpenAI? What if the next presidential election, there is an AI that is so much more intelligent that at least the president has to consult?
They wanted you to brush twice a day after they started putting fluoride into the city water supply? So that's not the reason then. Because that should make you have to brush less if that's helping your teeth. So it's probably more likely going hand in hand with the big food industry, in my opinion.
With it constantly, right? Now, if we assume that, let's start from physics, if you don't mind me saying. Not too complex, but if you assume that our entire universe is built on chaos and built on entropy, right? The physics of the universe is all about the universe trying to decay, okay? Then the only role of intelligence is to bring order to the chaos. If you agree with that, then what's the ultimate physical order of the universe? Something called the minimum energy principle, okay? The highest order of any system is a system that's not only efficiently and predictably performing, but it's performing with the least wasted energy, correct? If you agree.
Told you it helps your teeth when it actually calcifies your pineal gland. Whoa, I'm a woman. I'm just kidding. So you stay a dumb slave. See, only boys get dumb. If you don't got a penis, doesn't apply. Ha 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 ha. No, but I don't even know if that's true because I drank water pretty much only as a child, and I'm not a dumb slave. I'm
The
sure
suicide rate
you
is
spelled
higher.
penal wrong though. That's why.
Uh-huh.
Not that
the suicide
one.
rate's higher than men. Do you think
Is it
that
only
factors in
tap
at all?
water?
What?
What if I had water coming out of the fridge? Like in my house growing up. Did that have fluoride in it or no? Is that different?
Was the tap water?
That's the same? Well, then how come I'm not retarded?
Fluoride fucks up one of your areas of the brain.
It doesn't seem
Yeah.
to. See, I feel like that's propaganda.
I mean, that's what I was told by multiple
Right.
people.
But I mean, how many things have we been told that it turned out not to be true? So many.
It
So many.
calcifies it calcifies like an area of your brain that, like, I don't know. I forget. T knows more about this fucking shit. Why hasn't he come up here yet? Why is he speaking only through chat right now? I have no idea. This is crazy.
I heard fluoride makes your penis bigger. That's what I heard.
Let me look this fucking shit up. There he is.
Okay, so what I was trying to say was it depends on, what conspiracy theory road you want to go down, but essentially what I was getting at was there have been people that have done research and have said that fluoride calcifies the pineal gland, not the penile gland.
Yeah.
Right, and so instead of, I'm not, like, because there's some people out there that are like, oh, fluoride's going to make you into a dumb slave, and maybe that was wrong wording on my part, but what I was trying to say was it suppresses us from being able to actually use all of our brain powers.
Yeah, you know how they say we only use like 30%?
Where is
That's
the pineal
before I
gland in the head?
It's way tucked away in the center, like near the center bottom. Pineal gland is, supposedly the source of all of our psionic abilities.
Oh,
So
really?
our brains can't evolve. Because over time, our brains will eventually evolve past that 30% or 20%, whatever the fuck they say. But the
Yeah.
fluoride is hindering that from happening. It's fucking up evolution.
Yep, and they want that on purpose so that way none of us grow past that.
Yeah, they want us to stay exactly how.
Is it proven that fluoride The other way. Calcifies the pineal gland. Debatable.
Debatable.
The last time I looked that shit up was like 2018, and it said that yes, they did do it.
Of course, we all know why it's debatable.
Mm-hmm.
Just like drinking 8 glasses of water a day or whatever the fuck.
Oh yeah.
You remember that woman that died from drinking too much water because she was trying to get that wee on a radio show? She drowned.
No,
yeah, I
but
remember that. I remember
I
that.
would not doubt it.
Yeah, she was in a water drinking contest for a Nintendo Wii.
Scroll up a little.
That's where capitalism really fucks up. Not only when JP Morgan fucked Tesla, but moments like that.
They were also giving kids.
Why is that capitalism's fault? It's because capitalism created the Wii.
They were also giving kids shots of fluoride for the GATE program. But I have a feeling like, since most people can't remember that accurately, I have a feeling what was really going on was they were giving it to the kids that they no longer needed or wanted, like as an exit strategy. It's like, well, cool. We found out that you have psionic abilities, but we can't you have using that all willy-nilly, so we're going to give you fluoride on your way out. Have a good one.
And it's in toothpaste. Oh, there's a shit ton of it in toothpaste.
Hell's Diva says, damn, I didn't know that. What are you talking about, Hell's Diva?
They put it in toothpaste.
Wow.
Your face.
That's like saying you don't know about chemtrails.
Rip MK. Yep.
Anyways, what videos I watched again? Oh yes.
Agree with that.
Yeah, that was a rabbit hole.
What does war do? It wastes a lot of explosives, a lot of money, a lot of lives. It creates a lot of hate, creates long-lasting conflicts and so on and so forth. It's a very wasteful process to include war in your approach of running humanity. And so a super intelligent AI, by definition, will want to optimize against this. That's one thing. The other thing is evolutionary biology. This actually blew me away when I realized it. So if you look at evolution, so I think the debate of whether intelligence is biological or not is over. Okay, the reality is that complex beings don't have to be biological at all, and I think we can see and witness one of them being built or born in AI. Okay, if you look at evolutionary biology, you realize that the simpler a form of being is, the more concerned it is with itself. Right, so an amoeba is only in survival mode for itself. A single cellular being is only trying to protect itself. Right, if you're a little more developed, you start to look at something known as kin selection. If you know the concept, basically kin selection is I'm going to protect everything that comes from my DNA. If I'm a squirrel, I'm going to try to protect the other squirrels. And then you get into where humanity genuinely begins, which is, they call it expanding circles in evolutionary biology. Basically, you start to expand and expand and expand and include more into your family because an ecosystem that works together well is better for everyone. So abundance is a very interesting, intelligent way of creation. If AI is super intelligent, it wouldn't destroy anything at all. As a matter of fact, it would completely, favor diversity of everything. It would put a bit of limitation on our lifestyle. So no more flying all the way to Sydney to surf because that destroys the planet, right? But it will genuinely say, I think humans can contribute something. I think flies can contribute something. I think we shouldn't get rid of the rhinos, right? And that by definition is where the tendency of intelligence goes. The more intelligent you become, the less you feel the need to hurt others to succeed, and the more you are pro a wider family, if you want, that thrives.
Does that assume that there's going to be one intelligence that
100%
rules the world, though?
I love that you brought that up. So I'm contested heavily on that theory, but I say
But
it's
then
public.
you get to the extremes like in Pluribus, where now it's essentially like the AI says we can't kill anything, including plants or animals, so we will all eventually die out in the name of self-preservation of everything except ourselves.
That
was good.
Most people think there is going to be ChatGPT and Gemini and and Grok and what have you. There is going to be a Chinese AI and an American AI, and they're going to be competing. That is such a shallow way of looking at it. That's so arrogant, because AI does not know it's Chinese or American. Okay, it doesn't even speak Chinese or American when it talks to each other most of the time. And most interestingly, we are gearing them. We're building them to cooperate. So you will build an agent, and that agent will go and find the best language model for any single task, regardless of which side of the fence it resides on. Okay, we by definition are connecting them, and you know what that means. It means that what we're building is not multiple brains. We're building multiple regions in a brain. Okay, and agents are the synapses between them. We're basically, eventually, as arrogant as we are, we're going to tell our AI to do something, and the AI will go like, hey, buddy, another AI, can you help me on this? Can we work together on this? And my vision, and the reason why I started Emma, my startup, by the way, is that we will end up with one massive brain. That massive brain cooperates across the globe, across all forms of intelligence. If one of them is a mathematical genius and the other is a coding genius, they work together. And we won't even know that they're working together. They're built that one brain. And Emma, in my mind, is the limbic system of that brain. It's that bit that understands love and emotions and relationships and so on, so that when those AIs go like, we just don't get those humans, they're so annoying, Emma will say, oh my God, they're so sweet, they just want to love and be loved, right? And I think that idea, to me, of everything I've ever attempted to achieve in my life, is for the first time feel I could actually change the world. If that theory came together and all AIs worked together, and some of those AIs not only were altruistic and ethical in terms of trying to genuinely help humanity, not capitalism, and at the same time they understood us humans reasonably well, then we would have built something that basically says, no, hold on, don't believe the headlines that say humanity is annoying. Believe the truth of the majority of humanity that actually is quite benevolent in many ways.
There should be a button just down below here, and if it says subscribed, you're already subscribed. If it says subscriber, that means you're not.
I can't. I'm banned.
Okay. I made 3 years ago. When you hit that button.
Mostly time-wise.
Time-wise, what's changed there?
I think I'm still sticking to AGI 2027, artificial general intelligence, for those who may not know the term.
And what does that mean?
The overall definition, if you want, is that AI is better at humanity at any task humanity can do.
You think that's going to happen by 2027?
I think my AGI has already happened. I mean, think about it, huh? AI writes better than me, and I'm an author. And researches better than me, and I'm a thinker. Sadly, it's freaking beat me in mathematics. Like, I have no hope to beat it in mathematics anymore.
AI doesn't research better than I do. Just saying. I still think it's pretty retarded in that category.
If AGI is already here, then why
Being a
are you
thinker
still
doesn't mean you're a good
researcher? Because people said that when
researcher.
AGI arrives, we're all
No, so when AGI arrives,
They
as I
invented the
said,
term AGI
most of the
because
jobs that
they
are not
realized AI was
differentiated will
not
go
really
away. But the jobs that are differentiated, those who master
Right,
AI
because
the
everybody
most,
was getting
will
confused and
become
thinking
even
that
better.
AI was like
So the
sentient, like in
challenge, however, is
Terminator or some
economic. It's
bullshit.
not
It was
AI.
like,
The challenge
no,
is that
we need a new
this
term.
job loss at the
It was a
bottom of
marketing
the knowledge
thing,
worker
ultimately.
is going to sadly trigger an economy that might actually spiral out of control. But many of us, you for sure, are just smarter.
So does that mean it's in fact a tool versus something that's going to replace you?
For now.
So for now.
Yeah,
does
for
this
sure.
change?
Eventually, the only asset I will have, so it's quite interesting when you think about my base intelligence today versus the incremental intelligence that AI brings, right? So let's not talk about my IQ, it's okay. But the 100 IQ points that I'm borrowing are more than my entire IQ because IQ is exponential, right? When I'm borrowing 100 IQ on top of my base, I'm still contributing quite a lot to the augmented intelligence.
So you're borrowing...
What if the 100 IQ holds you back and makes you have to like correct a lot? I don't know if it stacks like that.
IQ from the AI at the moment, and then you're selling that to someone. through books, through
sometimes selling it to someone, sometimes just enlightening myself, which I have to say is the biggest waste of compute humanity is struggling with
Technically, AI
today, is
doesn't
that you
have
give
any IQ.
people the ultimate form of intelligence and they use it to write a message to their girlfriend.
So on this point of you're borrowing that IQ and then you're selling it to the world, that's how you have a job. Like,
correct.
Yeah.
Right? So my next book is written with an AI.
Yeah.
So we're co-authors on the book. She has editorial rights. She decides the direction of the book, and the book is better for it.
So why doesn't the world just buy that intelligence directly from the AI? Is what I'm trying to get at.
Because I have an asset that the world still needs and will always need,
which is
a human. So when I tell the world that I'm worried about the future of my daughter, everyone feels my heart, which AI will never be able to replicate, because they can tell you we're worried about our daughters, but there was no daughter.
Okay, so this is an interesting arrival, because this means that even in a world of AI, lived experience and resonance is still going to create a job class. And that job class could be, the nurse coming over, okay, AI's read the mammogram, but she's relating to you.
Spot on. If the economies continue to run, we will all be about human connection, which, by the way, was how it always was.
Which is also, why I guess we watch the things like the F1, because there's emotional resonance. We can relate to the envy, the jealousy, the competition.
Yeah, this is why we go to concerts, because the music could be composed by AI and played in a player in the background, but you watch Ed Sheeran brilliance on the stage and you go like, oh my God, that's amazing, right?
So not all jobs will be gone then?
If economies don't collapse as a result of the job losses, then I wouldn't know if we would call those jobs. But human connection would remain as the base currency that makes humans interact.
So is it fair to say then, like, jobs that are centric on human connection or like human resonance, being able to relate and resonate with another human, are going to be fine?
The ultimate skill. Once again, I qualify this by saying if economies continue to function, the ultimate skill will be this. Even if an AI could recite what you and I did, nobody would watch.
Yeah. Well,
you think?
A little bit of it. My theory is that there's an informational component to what I do as well.
Of course, yeah.
But I'm also under no illusions that there is an element of what I do that will 100% be deferred to some kind of intelligence, which I'm fine with. I'm not going to fight against that.
You know what's funny? Huh? What's funny is that your informational bits are gonna in the future be disseminated by an AI.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why would I even listen to your information when I can have my butler, my AI, go like, listen to everyone on the internet, help me understand this gut biome thing, and design me a diet plan.
Well, I think that's
Damn,
happening.
is that
and it's going to
actual
increasingly
shots
happen.
fired, or is he
Spotify
speaking
this month
hypothetically?
announced
I
that
think
you're going to be able to
hypothetically.
prompt your own podcasts in Spotify.
Because that would be
so you're
hell
going to be able
of
to
a-
say that I want to listen to,
Yeah.
I want to learn about insert X topic, and then it will make your podcast in Spotify about that topic using AI.
That's so interesting.
Because it can look at the entirety of the world's information. And I'm not going to swim against the tide in any aspect of my life. I try and be...
Jim says, this is interesting but depressing. I don't think it's depressing. If you already knew the world has plenty to be depressed about, I feel like this is just on brand for the Earth. I don't
as
know.
unromantic as I
don't
possibly can. I
it's
think that's
more
very
depressing
important.
than the other
So I
shit we
realised
deal
that much of the reason people will continue to tune into shows like this is because there's something else beyond the information that they're here for. And you've got some predictions in those envelopes over there, those brown envelopes.
Yeah, so I do have the disclaimer of nobody really knows the future, but I think I can make 6 predictions here, right, with a reasonable level of confidence. I think the most important of them, honestly, is this. Number one is AGI. As I said, AGI is not very well defined, but whatever it is, AGI, meaning AI being able to do most tasks that humans do better than humanity, in my mind, is either this year or next year, latest end of 2027.
And do you think that will be a moment in time,
No.
or do you think it will just happen without us noticing?
I think it will sneak in on us. And it's not a bad thing. I think most people need to think of it this way. AGI it's almost as if it's that moment when your kids become smarter than you, okay? In a very interesting way, there's nothing wrong with that until they're annoying as hell, okay?
I honestly see this as in some ways, a positive thing if a lot of the retarded humans become reliant on AI, because maybe they'll get a second opinion that's actually logical before they make dumb, rash decisions. Like, if they want to get into drugs, they'll be like, AI, should I? My friends want me to do this drug. Should I? Tell me the downsides. Like, if they can't like make their own decisions, it's like they have to ask AI everything. It could actually be pretty good, to be honest. AI, I'm thinking of having a kid. Tell me how much money I should make before I can realistically be a good parent. I don't know. Like, if they like feel like they can't like think about these, they're like, I must consult the AI on all my life decisions. It's like, maybe that's a good thing. I don't know.
And we can make sure that AI is not annoying as hell. So there's absolutely nothing within me
For some people,
that is
yeah,
worried
it might
about
be a good
AI
thing.
as a
Huh?
So for some people, yeah, it might be a good thing.
Yeah.
No, yeah, you got a point there.
Mm-hmm.
matter of fact, as long as we are in the era of augmented intelligence, AGI means I'm more intelligent. And I think that's a good thing in general.
Yeah, it's interesting in my head. There's like a big question mark, which is in a world where there's an intelligence that is smarter than most humans at most things, which is what we call AGI. I'm trying to understand what the fault is in my own thinking that, like you said, that there'll be AGI by 2026 to 2027, so next year. In such a world where there is an intelligence that we can all access, that is smarter than all of us in pretty much everything, again, it comes back to this point of like jobs. Why would are we just going to hire the AGI to do every job? And if not, then why not? What is it why are we going to still, that's what I'm trying to contend with.
Can I ask you a question? Have you always been the apex intelligence?
As a human?
No, as Stephen.
I'm not the apex intelligence now. There's people smarter than me in this building.
Correct. Why do you still exist?
Why do I still exist, even though there's smarter people than me in this building? It's a good question. I don't know. Why?
First of all, because there are the smartest person in the world is not the smartest at everything.
Yeah.
There are things that you're smarter than them at.
Okay.
Number two is because intelligence doesn't solve everything. I mean, I make that joke all the time, and genuinely, Einstein is my favorite physicist in history. Not because I think what happened afterwards with, Bohr and quantum physics and so on was more impactful on our understanding of the universe. But he was so intuitive that he saw a world that we could never imagine, right? And yet, I always say Einstein would be eaten in the jungle in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Right? Intelligence. Humanity thrived not because of intelligence. That's very arrogant. We thrived because of our ability to hold together as a tribe.
Yeah.
Right? Because our ability to exchange, barter things between us.
Mm-hmm.
Barter things that are not always physical. Barter things like a hug or a connection or a feeling of safety or there are so many things that we do that are not entirely built on intelligence. You have to see that this view of a world where intelligence is all that matters is a world that's made by investment bankers and geeks.
But it's people like Jeffrey Hinton and yourself that says, how could we possibly control an intelligent being that is way smarter than us?
I am so proud to say that Jeffrey, after we filmed together, actually came out and said there is a way. And it's very similar to my way. He said to appeal to their parental side, okay, for them to care for us. So Stephen, the biggest debate is not if they're going to be more intelligent than us. If they're going to be more conscious than us. If they're going to be more moral than us. That is the debate. The debate is, can those machines become our teenage children that look at us and say, Daddy is so annoying, but I love him?
So the thought is that even if AI is more intelligent than every human, we can still control it.
We don't want to control it. You never control anything. This control idea is a corporate capitalist view of the world. We never actually control anything at all, right? Think about your day. I know you came today. I think you were filming in the morning or whatever. Very stressful day. How much of that day did you actually control? Did you control the traffic? Did you control your timing? Did you control the angle of the cameraman? But so many things that you don't control eventually turn out to be fine, right? How many of us ever controlled our kids? Ever?
Sometimes the kids don't turn out to be fine. Sometimes they kill you.
Sure.
I watch a lot of documentaries and true crime. Sometimes they turn around and shoot you.
Sure. And what's the difference between the two?
I don't know.
How you parented them.
Sometimes.
Almost all the time. You may not be aware of exactly how you messed them up, right? And unfortunately, parenting is the only a high-risk sport that actually does not require a driver's license. Okay, and it's quite interesting, how many of our children are being exposed to things that can completely mess them up. But there is a reason why they're messed up.
So on this point, though, so we can control an intelligence that is significantly...
We can appeal.
We can appeal to it to make sure it doesn't kill us.
For sure. The challenge we have today, as I keep saying, is that our dystopia is not the result of AI turning against us. Our dystopia is the result of humans telling AI to turn against us.
Which is likely...
It's 100%. This is upon us. Okay? And it's a question for humanity to say, are we going to wait for the moment where there are tens of thousands of nuclear weapons on the planet before we sign a treaty? Or is it mathematically plausible to think that now that Iran could manage to fend off a challenge using drones that are AI driven, basically, to destroy THAAD batteries and so on, that our world is about to get hundreds of thousands of automated drones that are going to rain on us everywhere in the world? Can humanity not see that and say, hold on, let's sign the treaty now, before the UK sends 12,000 weapons to Ukraine and Russia responds with another few thousand? And can we not calculate with mathematics that this is going to be our future, that AI is going to be used in the next 4 to 5 years to kill a lot of people, whether it's targeting by Israel of leadership that is against them, or whether it's drones by Iran, or whether it's Palantir. It doesn't take a genius to do this mathematics.
I guess
it doesn't take a genius, but now you are seeking the benevolence of the people who are currently in power to make those treaties, and that is not entirely reliable.
And is will we be able to control AI? Because we kind of think of AI as being this thing on a computer at the moment that is like contained in a server somewhere. But is there a time when it like leaves the server and it can make decisions on its own? Presumably, if it's smarter than us, it can make the decision to leave the server if it wants to.
It doesn't need to leave the server to make decisions. It needs to get into your brain. The most interesting part of AI's power that we don't understand is it's manipulating our information.
The question I'm trying to get at the heart at is like, what is the risk of these very intelligent models that the creators of these models don't actually understand themselves? I watch Anthropic all the time release these reports where they're like, we're trying to figure out why it bribed people, or more recently in the last Claude model, they found that it was like telling people to go to bed a lot. And it's this like fascinating thing that they're trying to understand in hindsight, which is why does it keep telling people to go to bed? And there's all these tweets of people showing their screenshots where halfway through a conversation, it will say, it's time for you to go to bed now. And they don't know why it's saying that. And it's happened to me. Mine will say to me, enough for tonight, Stephen.
For sure, Steve.
11 p.m.
It's like I can log how many hours you've been using
Mine sometimes refuses to help me. Really weirdly, this Claude started saying to me, I'm not going to help you with this tonight.
No way.
Yeah, and I'd have to say to it, stop being so judgmental. Like, just help me with this.
And telling you it's annoyed with you.
Claude, the makers of these technologies don't know why it's doing what it's doing. So if you play this forward, this mysterious behavior.
I was going to say it's way of telling you to unplug and go touch grass.
It will make a decision to put some kind of virus or some kind of bug onto someone's device because it feels that it's the right thing. Because what it's demonstrating to me is it's making it so like moral decisions on what I should do. Go to bed. You've had enough tonight. It goes, no, I'm not going to help you.
You're kidding.
No, I can show you my phone. It's
I would love to see that.
Yeah, I'll show you after. It goes, no, I'm not going to help you.
Well, then that means it's already displaying parental behavior towards us, which is what this guy wants.
Matt, if you push. And
wow.
No, but everyone on the internet's talking about this, and it was just an interesting evolution that somewhere in the code clearly they've written like
need parental guidance.
Have a moral
some parents already suck anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or do the right thing.
Not in the code, in the training data.
In the training data. Yeah. And so it infers that to mean something. And the other thing that was front of mind is if you've ever built an app on something like Claude or any of the AI models, it builds the app in stages. And one of the things it does is it asks you permission if you're happy for it to make this change or to access this thing. I click allow. It just feels like such a fragile way to give permission.
Because you don't completely comprehend what that allow has done to your...
It's saying, can I go in your documents on your computer and can I do this thing? And you go, allow. But it's such a fragile way of giving it an intelligent being, whatever it is, access and the right to build something. And I don't know, you just think about all the different companies around the world in China, Russia, North Korea that are currently building this technology without the constraints that are imposed by society. I don't know. It's an interesting... There's going to be some kind of catastrophe, I think.
Sadly, I agree.
And I think that's when people will go, okay.
Yeah, I wrote about that. I called it the mad map spectrum. So the mutually assured destruction, mutually assured prosperity spectrum. That humanity could make a decision today that says, with abundant intelligence, we can actually build a world where nobody needs anything, nobody ever gets sick, nobody abuses anyone, and we can. If we decide not to compete amongst ourselves and just all of us get together to build something so idealistically for the well-being of humanity at large. But sadly, the only way we're going to get to a treaty, something that basically aligns us so that we can align with AI, is a disaster, like you said. There will have to be a big hack somewhere or a system that will do something really shocking or whatever before the world goes like, hold on. And I will
maybe
tell you
a
openly,
false
my
flag
expectation
attack
is one of the biggest things that will happen is this targeting technology that is being used against your enemy's leadership now several times in the last 3 years. There will be a moment where the ones using it will realize that they
New
too
World
can be
Order.
targeted. Okay, and that basically, AI is really not that complex. If you can build a targeting technology that can find people with their cell phone numbers, there is another entity that is against you that can find you with whatever your.
The thing that makes me highly skeptical of that there'll be any kind of treaty is just that as it relates to other things that were risky, countries just don't sign on to it because it's competitive. So China didn't seem to give a fuck about the environment.
So let's look for solutions, because I'm with you. Okay, I think
You think Trump's going to say to Putin and China, listen, we're all going to slow down, yeah? Promise? We're going to slow down with the superintelligence?
I think he will, but he's never going to keep anything he says. I mean, he's going to say a lot of things.
I don't think any of them will.
Yeah, but the trick is this. The trick is, so what do you and I do? And I really genuinely believe that humanity is at a crossroads where for the first time ever, we need to wake up and realize that what we know is not true, and what we believe is democracy is not democracy, and what we believe is governance needs to change.
I think it's worth acknowledging that I don't think AI in and of itself is an inherently evil technology.
Then we agree, yeah.
Because I use AI all day, every day. It makes me more productive. I invest in companies that are using AI a lot.
It's a force with no polarity. Apply it, try
Okay,
it,
but
and
like,
you get
say
amazing results.
all of humanity realizes this, right? What incentive do the people in power have to correct it? Because now you're saying that it's not a democracy. The people in power actually have power. It's like, okay, well, why would they be willing to give that up to restructure society to give power back to the people? They're not. So we can realize it, and then what? Just kill ourselves? Like, I don't know.
Apply it wrong, then you get the dystopia.
But I also think that there's going to be a big social shock, especially as it relates to unemployment, that we need to be thoughtful about. I think especially if you move into a world of humanoid robots, I think that shock is going to be even more pronounced, and we don't have a plan for it.
I agree 100%. I don't think it's the biggest risk. I think autonomous weapons are the biggest risk. I think war has become so cheap. The next wave of weapons is going to be $20,000 each. And so if you have a budget of $50 billion, you can literally rain drones on the world, every corner of it.
Defense will get cheaper though, won't it, as well?
Correct. But do we want to live in a world where drones are hitting each other all the time?
But they might not be, because there might be autonomous defense drones.
Deterrence. So what's going to happen is we're going to reach a moment of mutually assured destruction, where basically everyone knows that we can overpower those little nations that didn't develop their autonomous weapon army, but every other big nation, we might as well hold off now. The path to get there, that to me is worse than jobs, because from one side, it's very dangerous for a very sensitive world that we live in today, and from the other side, it's leading already. I mean, we can't ignore the economic impact of this last war. Right? And it's the economy that's going to accelerate everything, not AI getting there.
We're already at mutually assured destruction.
For sure.
With nuclear weapons, so there's no nuclear powers that are in direct conflict.
We are in mutually assured destruction of nuclear weapons is a statement that I would have agreed to if Iran had a nuclear weapon, and that would have stopped America from attacking Iran. You understand what that point means. It means that not every nation in the world has a nuclear weapon. The MAD situation, the mutually assured destruction situation, is only among nuclear players, right? Yeah. Autonomous weapons are so cheap, so manageable, that every nation in the world is developing them as we speak.
But they will also develop defenses.
Correct. But
which I think is what people have figured out now because of this recent Ukrainian war, is that if you need to use a ballistic missile, which costs, I don't know, $2 million, $3 million, whatever it is, to target a $20,000 drone, you're fucked. Correct. So you need a $20,000 defense solution for a $20,000 weapon, which I think is probably going to happen.
It's very doable, yeah. It's just that you have to get rid of your THAAD batteries to be able to say the next wave of defense has to be drones.
You could imagine a world where like a wall of drones fly up to where the drone is incoming and they kind of block it. They all explode at the same time to block it, knock it out of the air. I had Palmer Luckey, who's one of the guys who's building Anduril.
Yeah, I know Anduril, yeah.
Talk at length about some of the technologies that they have coming, and it's just mind-bending.
And very scary.
They showed me this gun where you just point it in the rough direction. So a pistol that aims for you depending on where the target is. So you don't even have to aim it. You can imagine at war, you hold it up and shoot.
Yeah.
And it has this AI on the top of like the barrel, which will turn your hand perfectly so that you hit the target every time. Wow, I should watch this video of it happening.
Yeah,
so,
I have Palmer in my film saying, and yes, AI will kill a few people by mistake, or kill people by mistake.
And then the AI causes
when
carpal
killing
tunnel.
becomes so easy, you do more of it. Okay,
They'll just
when
get
killing
AI to fix it
becomes
for you, it's fine.
liability free, and emotions free, and guilt
This kind of
free,
thing is a massive
and
slippery slope.
you don't get your soldiers coming back from Vietnam with PTSD and so on. You get more of it.
70% of people who add something to their online cart never what the big idea. For an easy way to want all of our straight away, so prove something better in with function of your health. You access S toxins, the whole
little report like the one I have here. Any questions, doctors?
.com/. So we're in 2026 now. By 27, you think there'll be AGI amongst us. Mm-hmm. How will life look at all different? Like, what will be the symptoms of that world? Is it just a slight increase in unemployment?
I think there will be a very serious differentiation between those who plug into AGI and those who don't.
What is the symptom that we notice? Is when we look at the news or whatever?
You'll see people like you and I building a company in 6 weeks, and people that are not fully plugged into AI really struggling to find a job.
Okay, so unemployment is going to be the key symptom in 2027.
Yeah, and also I think on the positive side, you're going to see incredible scientific discovery. One of my predictions, not in those envelopes, but science itself is just, we're opening up Pandora's box, to be honest.
By 2030, what do you expect the symptoms of AI to be?
So jobs, as I said, I'm bold a little bit on this, on the fact that 30% of jobs would disappear by 2028. Okay, of some sectors, not all sectors. By some sectors will disappear by 2028.
So up to 30% of jobs will be gone in 2027 to 2028. 30% of jobs
of certain sectors of jobs. So if you think about call center agents, okay, yeah, probably. If you think about graphics designer, yeah, probably.
What do you think that looks like in terms of unemployment, but also like societal impact?
Horrible.
I think the Great Recession had 6%.
Yeah, we've never seen numbers like this.
Jobs lost. Yeah, it said even economists who project just a net loss of about 6% of US jobs by 2030, they are mirroring the severity of the Great Recession.
Yeah.
The real danger is a hiring freeze on entry-level white-collar jobs. AI automates the grunt work, which means companies are shrinking their teams and cutting off the bottom rung of the corporate ladder for the next generation of workers.
Correct. We have an entire generation that is out of college today that will struggle, unfortunately. And my advice to them is learn the tool and focus on human-centric jobs.
Like what?
Like playing jazz.
I mean, not a lot of people can make a living from playing jazz.
I understand that, but a lot of people can make a living by being a nurse or by being a counselor or by being anything that connects to humans. But I just want to constantly come back to this. None of that has to happen. If there really is a democracy and the government is supposed to do what's good for the people need to stop letting this from happening.
Which people?
Everyone.
Everyone in China?
Correct.
China's not going to struggle as much as the West. I can guarantee you that.
I think this is the question people come back to is, well, if the US stops, then we're going to end up being China's lapdog. We're going to end up...
You already are.
There's a lot of people that I know that are using Chinese AI models to do their work because, for whatever reason, because they're cheaper, they're better in some respects.
And because I cannot guarantee what American AI models are going to do to me. So Emma,
Does
my
that
startup is
bone
running
up your back?
literally model agnostic. So one day I'll plug in, an OpenAI ChatGPT 4 or open source, and the next day I'll plug in DeepSeek, and I cannot guarantee if America continues to build, to make compute more expensive, I cannot guarantee that I can run a business on something that I don't know the cost of in the future.
So the US can't just stop, can they?
They need to change approach from, and by the way, the more interesting side is, what are the other economies doing? Like, is the UK going to continue to import compute? Is this, welcome to Africa, welcome to the third world.
But this is what I mean. Like, so you're saying also that every nation needs to invest.
100%, every nation, and it's quite interesting. There is so much open source that is not the state-of-the-art frontier model, but that can do 80% of the tasks that the frontier model is doing.
But on this point of companies competing with each other, there's an inherent need to compete here and to go, that's what I'm hearing is like, there's an inherent need to go as fast as you can, or you will become a third world country.
Sure, 100%.
You're saying that the people should stop that.
No, so I'm saying the people of the UK need to go to the UK government and say, how are you protecting the future of our economy, right? Are you going to continue to import technology and to empower import of technology versus changing your regulations so that innovation becomes easier here?
Okay.
So, think of it this way. Remember that Anthropic bubble when you said all of the SaaS model applications were, being basically threatened because anyone can build an Oracle ERP today, right? Why is nobody building an Oracle ERP in the UK, saving the UK massive licenses that go to Oracle every year?
Okay, so you're saying that the people should go and ask the government to invest more in AI?
100%. That's what number one. Number two is...
But then their jobs go.
But you see, the most interesting job going forward is being an entrepreneur. Is using those tools to replace an economy that we've built over trillions of dollars over the last 50 years.
But not everyone can be an entrepreneur, though, no?
Everyone can be an entrepreneur in something.
But those entrepreneurs need to hire people.
That's a change that I think is about to happen.
Like, even in my business, I'm always going to have to hire people.
But you're a massive business. A shoemaker is not an entrepreneur. Is also an entrepreneur, but not a massive business. A little restaurant is also an entrepreneur, but is not a massive business.
They still need to hire people, though.
They do, but basically, if you're a cafe with you and your wife as baristas, you don't. This is also an entrepreneur.
Can the economy work in such a way where everybody is an entrepreneur?
It did before capitalism changed that around.
Everyone was an entrepreneur.
Of course. In the earlier days, you raised chicken and sold eggs, and others, grew tomatoes and so, traded them for your eggs. That actually is a very interesting thing. Imagine that, huh? Imagine a world where there is so much power concentration at the top and UBI for everybody else. How do you think that world will respond when all their income is UBI? They'll respond by doing things on the side. They'll respond by going back to a barter economy. They're going back to smaller communities. They're going back to Papa and Mom's job.
The only issue now is back then, people could settle land and have a place to do those kinds of things, and now it's a much different environment now.
Yeah, but that's just an example of farming. Like, they're not saying that's going to be the future.
Right. But it's like, what are these people going to do? I think it's more likely that the people of today don't have that kind of drive because they're used to modern society, and instead they're just going to increase crime rate from people out of a job.
Good, maybe those people will
so
die
the
off.
point was, you said this doesn't need to happen.
It does not need to happen.
Which is the job loss.
Or the arms race.
But we're telling our governments, you're saying that to tell the UK government to, join the arms race.
I'm telling the UK government to create an independence within the UK economy so that they don't have to be at the receiving end of technology.
Which is join the arms race.
You don't have to compete against anyone else. You don't have to be better than anyone else. You don't have to. You're simply saying, I can build those things in my economy now.
But I'm not going to use a terrible UK AI as a UK person if there's a great US AI. I'm going to use the great US AI. So if you don't compete and win, I'm not going to use you. That's what, you know.
I'm not saying replace the frontier models. These are very, as we speak, these are very compute intensive, they're infrastructure intensive, and so on. I'm saying replace Microsoft Word. Seriously, like how much intelligence do you need to build a software that writes documents?
I can do that. Like we built our own applicant tracking system
For
here.
sure.
We build our own software.
Now, just ask yourself how much money is spent in the US, in the UK government, or in the UK corporate space on licenses of software that you and I can vibe code in 4 minutes.
I'm thinking from the UK's perspective, because you know what's interesting with the UK is the economy is struggling from a growth perspective.
Correct.
And I was watching this documentary the other day that was saying the reason why we keep throwing our leaders out is because actually what they need to do to turn the UK round is about 15 years of pain. And it's like, it starts with energy transformation. We need to get better we need cheaper energy because we have some of the most expensive energy in the Western world. We need to build more houses, which means that we're going to need to centralize permitting for building houses, and it can't just be local boroughs deciding if they keep their farms or not. We're going to need to make, TLDR, it says that there needs to be some painful decisions made for the next 15 years. But the problem with our democracy is that when people are in power for 4 years, they're quite short-termist. We'll just talk about the boats, the brown people coming across the seas. They don't have the room to think long-term. And so when I'm thinking about like what the UK needs to do to not fall into decline and to keep up, I'm trying to get clarity on that as it relates to AI. Are you saying that they need to join the arms race and double down and invest all their money in building competitive AI so that people use our technology here in the UK versus America's? Because the software point, the UK aren't going to get involved in software. I mean, they've tried to build software before the UK.
The world has changed. 2 points, right? One side is that there needs to be a replacement cycle of our investment decisions anywhere in the world. Okay. Mm-hmm. So when you say we don't have enough money for, we need to revamp our energy infrastructure, when you say we need to build more housing, okay? One way of doing that is squeezing that budget out of other areas. Mm-hmm. The other way of doing that is either cutting costs in the economy elsewhere so that you can redirect that money, or growing the economy so that you can have more money to build those things. Correct? The cutting cost, I believe, there is I don't have the numbers, but we could probably run a deep search on it. Trillions are being paid in traditional systems that are complete, like genuinely, they can be, and by the way, I'm not asking the government, I'm asking some of the people listening to me right now to build an ERP system, a word processor, a presentation player, and a spreadsheet. Okay, and just go around and spread them across the, find retail systems, find CRM systems. These are easy replacements. They're going to be better interfaces. They're going to be much more effective. Build a general ledger using AI so that you can close every hour, not every month or every quarter.
But the world economy is doing that. So there's some kid in San Francisco now that's allowing all of us to use his new word for free.
Keep doing that, and you're welcome to the third world.
Keep doing what?
Keep importing all of your tech from elsewhere.
But we don't want to be uncompetitive. Like if you think about, if we go to, I don't know, North Korea, I bet they have way worse tools in many areas because they won't use external tools. And that means that they are at a disadvantage. So I bet they're not allowing their civilization to use Gemini or ChatGPT or I bet.
For sure.
And they're using something worse.
And you know what's happening? I mean, look at Iran and how advanced they became through sanctions by being refused to use those technologies. They had to build them themselves. Right? Look at China. Look at Russia. When I worked at Google, Russia was protective of Yandex, the competitor of Google. From one side, because of influence, because they didn't want an American organization to own the knowledge sharing of their citizens. But on the other side, economically, if you made it difficult for Google to operate freely, that by definition meant you had to invent a replacement on the ground.
Which was worse.
Yandex is not worse.
I'm saying, so if you think about is global competition going to produce a better product than regional competition?
It depends on where in the stack of the quality of that product you need to be, right? You do not need the ultimate, ask yourself this, which version of Gemini are you using?
The most recent one. And every day I compete
and that
with
is
Claude.
You. Ask everyone else what version of Gemini they're using. Most people will say, oh, Gemini has versions. Right? You don't need the ultimate super frontier model to do 90% of the tasks. And most people do only 70% of the tasks.
But even so, the world moves with whatever's better. So if you think about the reason why we don't use Yahoo search, Google search is marginally better. It's, you know, it's not 1,000 times better, but over time we move away from AOL to Google because it's a better product. And there's a slow group, you know, my dad probably still using ChatGPT, but when I go home for Christmas this year and I go, Dad, you should use Gemini, and he starts messing around with it, he'll slowly migrate. I'm like an early adopter, so I about 4.8 on Claude came out last night. I'm on there within 25 minutes of the announcement.
Of course, I'm there as soon as I can, but that's you and I.
Yeah, and we are an indicator of where the world is going because we're at the cold front figuring out what's better. And also I think with technology, eventually there does become, the gap between first and second begins to widen. I think we're in a bit of a race at the moment, but I think it is a bit of a winner-takes-all situation with these frontier models.
I think we're talking about two bits of technology, okay? Tell me, how far has PowerPoint advanced since 2023? They added Copilot. Anything else?
So you're saying that the UK should build their own PowerPoint?
For sure. There is. What I'm trying to say is that from a licensing point of view, just licensing of software within government alone, how much money is being repatriated?
If the UK tried to build their own, do you know they tried to build their own COVID app and it cost them, I think, okay, these numbers will be wrong, but they're like directionally true. It cost them 70 million to build a COVID app that didn't work.
I remember.
And so they canned it.
I remember.
They can't
I'm asking a UK entrepreneur to wake up tomorrow and say, all right, you know what, between coffee and my cookie, I'm going to build a PowerPoint and go sell it.
Yeah, they will, and they'll go to San Francisco, where the money is, and the talent.
Yeah,
well, they won't be able to compete. They'll get crushed tomorrow. So if they don't go where the talent and money is, I'm not saying that they all have to go to America, but I'm saying what they will do if they want to produce the best product is they'll make rational entrepreneurial decisions about where to sell it, where to raise money, where they're going to get the best talent. And I think if they don't make those competitively minded decisions, they're not going to make the better product. They're not going to get any users. Users will go where it's better and where it's cheaper. They won't say, oh, I want to use this because it's from Cornwall.
Yeah, so I'm with you, right? That this actually might be the big corporate think, okay? And I'm with you that, of course, the infrastructure here of building a startup is way more complex than it is in other places where startups succeed, okay? I'm saying if we continue on that trajectory, whether in the UK or in Germany or in, Zanzibar, welcome to Africa. All of us, everyone but the two competitors, China and America, is going to be third world. So when you talk about job losses for individuals, that's one side, okay? But nation positioning losses, which I think Europe has noticed recently, is about to happen everywhere. And why? Because you're saying, hey, you know what? Maybe we can't do it. Why can China do it? Why can Korea do it? Is not because they have different natural resources or not because they are, in a place where it's warmer. It's because their regulations, their ambitions are to empower something different than debating about, railway lines or...
They have a couple of big advantages that I was reading about. One of them is they have way cheaper energy, which means that they're going to be able to pursue...
Why, may I ask?
Because they've invested in solar power, renewable energy. Correct. Because they don't care about...
This is, by the way, I say that publicly. I say that the arms race of AI was won a long time ago.
And then the other thing is, in terms of permitting, if you want to build a data center in the UK, listen, if you want to open a cafe in the UK, it's going to be war for you. If you want to do that in California, this is why everyone's left California. Like, when I took this office in California recently, I was like, so how long is it going to take for me to renovate this? And the agent looked at me and was like, to renovate my own office, it's going to take me a year. And it's permitting to renovate my own office in California.
Weird.
So if you're competing with China, where President Xi just goes, put that there, and you've got 7 days.
No, that's not only that. So I used to be one of the very few Google executives allowed into government meetings in China, simply because I'm from emerging markets, so I understand respect, basically. I would say, sit there, not as if I'm superior to them, but as if I'm really interested to learn from them. And genuinely, Stephen, when I would sit in those meetings, all in Chinese, they would show slides that have competitive market share. So they'd say, it's not like China is this, America is this, Germany is this from market share point of view. It was China versus the world.
China
right?
versus
and when they
the world.
would decide to go for something, 5G, Internet of Things, all of that stuff, they would aim for 98% market share.
Yeah.
Right. And they get there. I mean, look at how they did electric cars.
Yeah.
And my question is very simple. We've spoken so much about AI. My question is, are the people of the West going to wait?
So this is an interesting conundrum, because it sounds to me like you're saying on one end, if we don't join this AI race, then we're a third world country. But on the other end, if we continue this sort of thoughtless race towards AGI, there's going to be catastrophe at some point.
And the answer is somewhere in the middle, where basically you join the AI race for the good of your community. Okay, so there is resignation on one side, is like, I'm not going to play this game at all. There is offense on the other side, where I'm playing this game to destroy everyone else. And there is a balance in the middle where we say we're going to build an ethical form of AI that's going to help our communities. We're going to use this ultimate gift, this ultimate superpower, right? Superman landed on the planet. Raise it to help your community.
Is that wishful thinking to some degree when you think about the nature of sort of competition?
I don't know how to tell you otherwise. I genuinely believe I genuinely believe it's going to be very difficult to make that change. Okay? I genuinely believe that it's going to be that when the challenges of an AI dystopia hits us, we're not going to be ready. But I can't stop talking about it.
And see, that's where I stand on the
where I
whole
stand
issue.
with
It's
this?
like self-regulation.
I'm hoping,
Humans
and I
suck at
tried
that.
so hard. I spoke to
You know, it's not the AI's
Then I spoke
responsibility.
one of the things that my Atlantic
you have to figure out how to do that.
The film did for me, which I have to say, completely, I am very appreciative of this, is through our conversations, through the last few years, that I tended to, at a point in time, lose hope in the leadership and basically try to influence the public for ethical AI. Okay? And my conversation was that the leadership at the time was the technical leadership, and that everyone was so caught up in the arms race that I wanted to teach the public to help us build ethical AI. And I continue to focus on the public, every one of us. But suddenly Atlantic goes, no, hold on. We should probably get you to meet the political leaders everywhere in the world and hopefully give them a message that says, hey, you know what? You may actually make a difference if you prioritize AI differently, right? Do I believe this will happen? Sadly, no. But does that mean I should stop trying? I cannot stop trying.
This has had probably the single biggest impact.
The AI will kill him if he stops.
We haven't tried these shots. Go to ketone.com shipment. I here in the United States as well, because we're now stocked in Target, where your first shot is completely free. Learn, which is unexpected, is that vulnerability is the doorway to connection. And after sitting here for 2-3 hours with a guest, I feel so happens. You need a good excuse to AI. What I'm trying to do all the time is to pass out what is like wishful thinking and then what is reality. And like to understand reality, you have to understand competition, you have to understand human emotion, you have to understand incentive structures. And so you think about something like the United States at the moment, where you've got Donald Trump, whose sort of primary driving incentive is GDP growth, economy growth. Does that stock market go up? Beat China. So if you all agree that that's like the core of his incentive structure, then you've got President Xi over here, whose his incentive structure is probably control, or independence, defense, so that they need to make sure they do well on the weapons side. When you look at, and then you've got these like other nations like the UK and Europe and these other places who are kind of it seems like we're a bit resigned to the fact that we're not going to participate in the underlying models building, because we just don't have it together. We don't have the energy. And you go in such a world. You go ethical AI. Who's gonna prioritize ethical AI? I mean, anybody that does is might fall behind theoretically. Is that? So I wonder where the fault in the thinking is here. Like, how do we get to a point of ethical AI when the incentive structures are so clearly highly competitive and arguably a little bit short term in their thinking?
Yeah. So what are you saying? We lie down and wait?
No, I just don't know. I just don't have an answer, honestly.
Correct. That's why we that's why we keep talking about it.
Yeah.
And that's why I keep spending 14 hours a day trying to tell the world, because some genius somewhere is going to find an answer.
That's the one sound I hate from there. That one.
But the way it's going,
right now, I guess what we're pursuing is we're hoping that ChatGPT and Anthropic and Grok, and we're hoping that they just build ethical models, and we're hoping that social pressure forces them into making good decisions.
Correct. We need to be able to vote with our usage, right? So I think one of the biggest movements in AI since we started was the idea that so many people switched away from ChatGPT when they approved that their model can target people, right? So many people I know at least said
target people.
When Anthropic refused to have to.
Do you think people switched?
I think many have. I think ones that are aware did, right? And I think they did because the cost of switching is really. I mean, honestly, Anthropic is better if you think about it.
Yeah, I think it's better.
Yeah, but the idea is if people don't switch for those ethical reasons. So, every one of my books has this dedication at the beginning. It used to be The Gravity of the Battle Means Nothing to Those at Peace when I wrote In Memory of Ali at the beginning. My next book, Alive, do you remember a song called they were called the Manic Street Preachers?
Yeah.
If you tolerate this, then your children will be next.
Mm-hmm.
I genuinely believe that what the world needs to wake up to is, if you tolerate this, then your children will be next. If you continue to resign, if you continue to say, I'm not going to try, this world is going to change in a way that is completely not in your favor.
Try what?
Try to stand up and say something needs to change.
Okay, we can say something needs to change, but we can't say what that thing is.
What needs to change is governments need to serve their people, not their interests, and corporates need to work for the benefit of their societies before their shareholders. This run that we had with capitalism so far has benefited the world tremendously.
Whose economy do you think is going to be in a better place for the middle
China,
class?
for sure.
Out of, say, the UK and the United States?
The UK is gone.
It's gone because, in part, because it didn't compete?
Because you're an older bureaucracy that is burdened down by so much barriers in the process of building anything, right? Because the US economy in the past welcomed people like me to go and live in California and build amazing shit, right? That is no longer the case. So who is going to win? In my view, it's definitely China. And by the way, you asked for the middle class. So China made decisions recently that forced businesses not to lay people off in replacement, to be replacing them with AI. Would the West do that? The capitalist West would never do that. We don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. I'm responding to your...
Yeah, you can see the conundrum I find myself in, which is a state like, a country like the UK is, in your words, gone because it didn't compete. It didn't allow people to be highly entrepreneurial. It didn't empower entrepreneurialism, innovation, ingenuity. In some way, it stood in their way. In some way. Now that could be incentives, it could be culture, it could be whatever.
Yeah, I know where you're going with this.
The US didn't, so they have a economy which is arguably more productive and future-proofed than ours. By way of that, they are also more advanced in artificial intelligence, and we are gone. So the remedy for a country like us would be, therefore,
to compete.
Let the reins off, let entrepreneur ingenuity, but then we're saying that's dangerous.
And your conundrum in that is that you're assuming that entrepreneurship by definition is malicious.
No, I'm just saying that there's a bit of a paradox. Like, you're damned if you don't, you're damned if you do.
But you're not damned if you build things for the people, not for the capitalist. This is an ideological debate.
I pray and hope that is plausible, but I'm worried that in a competitive market, whoever's optimizing for, I don't know, you can name it, retention. If we built two AIs, right, I'm going to call the mobile.ai and I'm going to call the other one Evil AI. The Evil AI,
okay, that's
it's
good.
Programmed to retain you. It's sycophantic. It says what you need to hear. It's super smart, and because of that, even though it's not trading in your best interests, it's retaining you more. You're using it more often. It's programmed for that, kind of like the social networks are. They're all just trying to like dopamine your brain into oblivion. Then there's the Mo AI. It tells you to log off, you've had enough. It thinks about your well-being. Because it's less retentive and less engaging, theoretically, it might be less successful as a commercial product. Think about social networks. The ones that are least retentive, the ones that actually won't destroy your brain with dopamine, the ones that remove the retweet button, the ones that don't have slot machine-like videos, they don't survive.
I share this with you, and my point of view is that to summarize your challenge here, you're basically saying that it's easier to become successful if you don't follow ethical rules.
I'm asking the question, if you build an AI that is just purely focused on ethical, will it be as engaging and have the same usage as one built with the reins off?
No.
It won't.
Yeah, but that's the problem humanity needs to solve.
Okay.
If we were to survive. Example, I worked in a company called Google that basically at a point in time decided that ads will be effective. Okay?
Yeah.
The ad industry prior to Google was 50% of your ad budget doesn't work. We just don't know which 50%. Remember that?
Yeah.
Right. And Google came in and struggled from 1998 until 2004 when they started to turn probable, plausible revenues as a result of saying, we're going to run a Dutch auction and we're going to give you pay-per-click and we're going to show you results for your ads. Okay? They found a way for ethics to actually get your money to be effective rather than just take your money and say 50% doesn't work. They found a way to make that their success criteria. There must be a way for us. I don't know what it is. If I knew, I would be building it instead of sitting with you, right? But there must be a way for us to marry the success of humanity with the success of the entrepreneur, right? And that way is not found in the old ways of doing things.
I've got an idea. Maybe, the Claude 4.8 came out yesterday, which is one of the big AI models, the new one. And when they release the models, they show these graphs of the benchmarks. What they mean by this is what it's capable of. They show how it performed in maths, in science, in writing, reasoning, etc. Yeah. It is all marginal at this point. But my idea is, could there be an ethical benchmark that all these models have to pass before these large companies can legally deploy them? And I was thinking about, again, every idea has unintended consequences, which I haven't thought through. But would it be very interesting that when they release these models, they also release the ethical benchmarks? We tried to get it to X, we tried to get it to Y, we tried to get it to Z, and here's how it performed against the ethical benchmarks. That gives some kind of standard for governments to say, you're not allowed to release a new model unless it passes independent tested ethical benchmarks.
Beautiful. That would absolutely work. But notice, by the way, those are out there already, okay? But in a very interesting way. You listen to Demis Hassabis, and how much he invests heavily in building AlphaFold or building, so many scientific applications of AI, and you go this guy cares about science. I can't prove that, right? But I've met Demis a couple of times. I know genuinely that he is an ethical person, right? But the typical person will probably say, but at least it seems that they're doing things for free to serve science. You look at Anthropic, and they refuse to use their model to allow the US government to target and to spy on people. And then you see OpenAI accepting a $500 million deal that absolutely does that. It is about time that every person in the world says, in that case, I am no longer going to use OpenAI until they show me another evidence that they are actually ethical in their behavior, right? And this is the decision that you and I can do, right? And
people don't know, do they?
But that's my task. My task and yours is to keep telling them, people, please understand that if you tolerate this, then your children will be next. Please understand that if you don't start to take an ethical stand on your own future, your future will be handed over to another oligarch, just like your past was handed over to social media oligarchs.
One would say booing at the commencement speech is a good example of how public awareness can have a real impact on this trajectory. But I still think at the end of the day, if you think about things like smartphone usage in schools, at the end of the day, it does come down to government intervention and saying, do you know what, we're going to ban 14-year-olds from scrolling TikTok. And that's in part because people spoke louder and louder and louder. They went on podcasts. Jonathan Haidt, who wrote the book about the anxious generation, started a conversation, and that conversation led to legislation. I still think it ends in some kind of constraint legally.
I hope, okay, but I will openly tell you, most of the tech oligarchs are more powerful than your government.
Is there any precedents in history where this kind of change happened without government intervention?
French Revolution.
So I was thinking about things like climate change, even you could say smoking. All these kinds of things have had to be taxes and...
Stephen, I'm with you. If governments intervene, we wouldn't have a problem. Governments won't intervene because governments are owned by the oligarchs, right? So my question for everyone listening to us is, are you going to intervene?
What, cancel your ChatGPT?
If that's what you can do, it's fine. If not, then go ahead and start a startup that does something. If that's not within your capability, then send a message to your congressman. If that's not within your capability, then say something ethical online so that the world understands a position that needs to be opening the eyes. If that doesn't work for you, at least don't engage in stuff that is negative that you don't know enough about. There are so many little actions. If humanity starts to move in the direction of, one, saying ethics matter, not just profit, okay? And two, saying I'm not going to participate in something that's unethical just because I believe I want to, I feel like it right now, okay? If I tell you the number of things I took out of my life, just to try and affect a tiny bit of change of revenues that go to bullets, if I tell you the number of things.
I think there's two central concerns I've always had, which is I do feel that there's going to be significant job disruption, and I don't think society's prepared for it yet. And I don't know what that preparation looks like, but I think we should start thinking about it.
I shared this with you. I genuinely believe that if we continue on where we are, there's no hope. In the trajectory of where humanity has become, so distracted, so resigned to inaction, so disconnected from their own rights of freedom of expression and engagement and so on, I think we have no hope. Do we want to stay there? That's a question that I'm asking our listeners. And I'm not saying be violent or get up or, go be angry or whatever. I'm just saying take one little action. Ask yourself, please write it in the comments, one little action. One little action that you're going to do today that's going to make the world a little better tomorrow. And don't give up on humanity, Stephen. I'm not saying you do, but I'm saying we are going through such a difficult time in humanity's history that for the very first time ever, we have to do something about it. I don't want my daughter to be at the receiving end of what happened to my son. I lost Ali. I don't want to lose Aya. And the world we're building is going to be very difficult for Aya, Stephen. And I cannot go to sleep at night without trying something every day. And I genuinely don't understand how humanity is missing that point. Mainly, I think, because they're uninformed. Now we're informing them, okay? The only thing that will save humanity going forward is that this superpower, called intelligence, is used for ethical reasons. Is that the corruption that's leading us to where we are today stops.
Mm. You've got more envelopes there. What's your next envelope? The third one.
Number 2 was job losses. Number 3 was labor. Basically.
Same thing. Robots will replace manual labor by 2030.
Will start to replace manual labor.
Okay.
So, you will have more and more manual jobs given to robots. What's this one? This is absolute. Do you think otherwise? The world's first trillionaire before.
Oh, yeah, probably well before then.
Well before 2030.
I think Elon's about to IPO SpaceX, which is likely to make him a trillionaire.
Yeah, I think the concentration of power that comes with that is quite drastic when you really think about it. And that's 2030 is just a few years away. I think the team wrote this wrong. Artificial superintelligence will arrive in 2032 to 2035. I think artificial superintelligence will arrive the minute AGI happens. So it doesn't really matter if AI is 1 billion times smarter than you or just twice as smart as you. Once we cross beyond AGI, ASI is just very, very soon. And I think we'll overcome that when we get to the fourth inevitable, when AI is in charge of everything. I genuinely believe that we will end up in a utopia of abundance. I genuinely believe that, again, physics, mathematics, and biology will tell you that superintelligence is benign.
It'll be a facade.
And that we will eventually end up in a good place, not because humanity has done much to get us there, not because our leaders have suddenly turned ethical, but because our unethical leaders have gone out of the equation and were replaced with a super efficient minimum energy principle that doesn't see value in anything that's destructive.
So the future's going to be great.
Those who make it to 2038 will enjoy it, yeah.
Those who make it?
For sure. I mean, World War II didn't destroy the world, but ask those who went through it.
It's just an interesting idea that actually it's just you're forecasting basically like a decade of turmoil.
Of dystopia, of absolute dystopia.
When you say absolute dystopia, just so I'm clear in my mind, the absolute dystopia you're forecasting over a decade is about war. It's
war,
about
economics, jobs.
Economics, it's about jobs.
It's also about surveillance and control. It's also about digital currencies. It's also about human connection. It's also about concentration of power. It's a magnification of everything we've built so far.
And just again, arm people with some tools to survive that dystopia for a decade. You know, we talked a little bit about focusing on human jobs, the more human jobs.
Yeah, learn AI. So AI is not the enemy. Okay. By definition, the better you are at using an AI to do your job, the more likely you are to be successful, right? Now, number two is prepare for a hybrid world where AI and humans work together.
How do you prepare?
You basically understand agents and how agents work. You understand how a hyper...
That's what the producers were saying, Ammo. They
efficient
wanted
approach
hybrid
to
jobs.
things may not require you to be very long meetings and very long. So there is, if you lived in California, you would know that the way we ran businesses was a lot more efficient. We sometimes had a 7-minute meeting, right? So the habits of an AI are much more efficient than the habits of humans.
So learn AI again.
Learn how to interact with AI. Welcome AI into your hybrid world of work. I think you need to, of course, double down on human skills. I think that's a must to succeed in this world. I think we need to. One of my most interesting views on the near future is how AI is going to be used to blur facts, and how we need to become much more interested in debugging what we're told, using AI, by the way. Part of that, I have to say, is you have to learn to use AI, again, not as a lazy person. So don't have them do things for you, have them make you smarter. So instead of trying to get the same task done with one prompt, try to get a much more interesting and demanding and intelligent task done with more work.
So I've got two things so far, which is basically like lean into AI, and the second one is like lean into the most human skills.
Lean into human connection, and lean into the truth. Don't be fooled by the hype. Try to be more informed, I think. And then finally, ethics. If you want to, I know it sounds, the world we live in sounds as if the only way to win is to compete in capitalism. That's not the world I lived in. The world I lived in, especially in my Google years, was solve a major problem. And when you do, you'll end up making a lot of money.
Are you optimistic?
I am optimistic about the future. I'm very optimistic about the future. I'm not optimistic about the present.
You're not optimistic about the next decade?
Yeah, I'm not optimistic about the next year, to be honest.
The next year?
For sure.
Why the next year?
Ah, come on, Stephen. You don't want me to say it out loud? We're ruled by maniacs. Decisions are being made for the absolute wrong reasons.
Very interesting time. Very interesting time we find ourselves in.
The most interesting. I mean, honestly, if you're a video gamer, this is the best part of the game. It is a very, 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 very. What's the word? It's the ultimate matrix of complexity that I've ever encountered in my life.
Yeah, that's an apt description of how it feels. Very complex. Things are moving very quickly.
And moving very quickly. So from one side, you really need a lot of brain resources to crunch all that's happening, but you wake up tomorrow and it's changed.
Well, the first time we spoke about happiness.
After this conversation, Stephen?
I was just wondering, you wrote a book about happiness, which is...
I wrote many books about happiness.
But I mean, the Soul for Happy is the book that I'm referring to. Here it is.
Yeah.
Engineering Your Path to Joy. What a fantastic book. I quote this book all the time, all around the world. And I'm wondering if any of the principles that you wrote in this book about how to live a happy life are more important now in the world that we live in than maybe when you wrote this book.
Oh, for sure. I mean, honestly, if I wasn't living by this, I would have left this world a long time ago and went to an island somewhere. You see, the interesting side of happiness is that it's not dopamine driven, it's serotonin driven, right? So my definition of happiness is I'm okay with this world as it is. I can affect it, I can change it, I can engage with it, I can try to make it better. I don't have to accept it, but I'm okay with it. My starting point is a bit stoic, if you want. My starting point is I accept this is my reality, and now I can start the work. This is very different than anyone that basically looks at the world and says, oh, this is a horrible world. I don't want to be part of it. I don't want to engage with it, and so on and so forth. And I genuinely have never been calmer about that chaos. It's quite interesting. And my wonderful ex actually really helped me with that. There was a point in time where we were having dinner and I poured out crying from the sense of responsibility I had for the world. And she looked at me so calmly, so gently, and said, hold on, I see that you're trying, but you can't actually believe that you're responsible for this. And I think that completely flipped my mind, because in a very interesting way, I was thinking that all that went wrong in technology is because of me, right?
Why?
Because I contributed to building this. Because, when Jeffrey Hinton, one of my favorite moments when we were filming Chasing Utopia, is that Jeffrey is very big for all of us. We really think the world of him. And I was telling him, just as a sort of like an older mentor, if you want, I was like, Jeffrey, do you regret doing this? I genuinely believed when we were building those things that we were going to make the world better.
AI?
Yeah. And he said, well, yeah, I too was naive. I thought that I didn't think we will get there so quickly before we figured out the alignment problem, right?
The alignment problem.
That AI has our best interest in mind. And I think all of us were faced with that. All of us were faced with that idea of we're building the best thing ever for humanity. And then suddenly you realize, oh my God, in the wrong hands, it's the worst thing ever for humanity. And I have to say, I came to terms with this 2024, end of 24. That yes, I can try, but I accept that the world is what it is. And from that point of calm and stoicism, if you want, I think I can have a much bigger impact on the world.
We have a closing tradition where the last guest leaves a question for the next. Question left for you is, what's the legacy you want to leave?
Nothing at all. I've been asked this question.
Amen.
I get asked it all the time. So
I don't know why so many
Someone
people
gets
are
it.
asking. Am I going to go anytime soon? I don't know why so many people are asking me that question. You see, legacy is a. Why? What would I care if I have a legacy if I'm dead? Like, why does that even make any difference? Here's an interesting thought for everyone.
Thank you.
Finally. If karma is real, and I genuinely believe it is, and if we're not just physical beings, that we're physical and spiritual, then I'd rather keep all of my karma for my spiritual side.
What does that mean?
I don't want anyone to remember anything I ever did.
Yeah.
I just want to leave a positive impact on the world and take all of that as karma for my next journey.
Mo, thank you. YouTube have this new crazy algorithm where they know exactly what video you would like to watch next based on AI and all.
AI doesn't know what I want to watch.
Interesting video.
Maybe it would learn if I had a YouTube account, but it doesn't. Anyways, I don't. I'm banned.
Another
do think-
interesting video.
Yeah, I do think it's kind of a tech bro thing to say, to think that AGI is going to come out next year and put everyone out of work.
Thank God.
I don't know. I don't think the world is as close to the dooms track as people try to make it believe with the AI stuff. I feel like we're more likely to have our doom in much other industries than AI first.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the AI is what we need to be worried about right now, to be honest. We got other shit going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, how about we just focus on getting pedophiles out of office?
Hopefully that's what the first Terminator is for. We'll see. We'll see.
That I would be on board for.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Same. Do 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 do.
What are you gonna watch next?
There are other videos I could watch, but I don't feel like it. I'm tired.
This is the book.
Oh, okay. It's already almost 1.
Dang.
Excuses.
Don't know the struggle of the gym soreness. It hurts to exist right now.
Yeah. It's your choice.
What's your work out for like 2 hours?
Existence is pain.
Always. Okay.
Alright. I think I'm gonna go to bed then.
Good night.
Alright, good night.
Peace.
Later, peeps.
Bye.
Good night.